Chapter 606. At the same time, on Mount Fuji, a setting sun peeked out from the clouds, emitting rays of light that shone on the ground, including the peak of Mount Fuji. The wind stopped, and the snow started to slide. The temperature slowly warmed up. However, Sword Saint Yaguaida felt a bone-piercing chill in his heart. He knelt on one knee and stared blankly at the young man and woman who were walking further and further down the mountain. The shock on his face lingered for a long time. He had lost. He had lost completely. He, the Japanese sword saint, had used one of the 3 divine weapons of Japan, the heavenly cumulus sword. But he had still lost to a young man from China. That young man had broken his sword technique, his sword heart, and even his confidence in the way of the sword with just a cherry blossom branch. You don't know the sword, and you're even less worthy of using it. He would never forget what the other party said before he left. At that moment, his silver hair had turned white, and many wrinkles had appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. That's right, I don't know the sword, and I'm even less worthy of using it. He knelt in the snow and muttered to himself. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He did not have the aura of the only sword saint in Japan at all. Yagyu Shingen could not hide the shock on his face. He had received guidance from Yaguaida since he was young. But after the young man appeared, he was instantly sent into the ice. If not for the fact that the young man could not be bothered to kill him, he would have been beheaded by now. Who exactly are that young man and woman? He stared blankly at the disappearing figures of the young man and woman, his expression changing non-stop. China, it's China again. I thought that mad southernie was already heaven-defying enough, but I didn't expect these two to appear again. At that moment, Yaguaida slowly stood up and picked up the heavenly cumulus sword in his hand. He slowly walked to the peak of the snow as if he had lost his soul. I've been hiding the sword for decades, but in the end, I realized that I don't know what a sword is. Father. Yagyu Shingen's expression changed slightly. It was as if Yaguaida did not hear him. Instead, he looked down the mountain in a daze. The sword is the heart, the sword is the soul, the sword is the person, and the sword is a weapon. The sword follows one's nature. I understand. Under Yagyu Shingen's shocked gaze, a dazzling sword gleam suddenly bloomed from his father's body. The sword gleam grew in the wind and turned into a huge sword that was faintly discernible in his father's body. At that moment, Yaguaida was both a man and a sword in his eyes. He could not tell if he was a man or a sword. Ha ha! An extremely hearty laughter came from Yaguaida's mouth, and the sword shadow on his body disappeared. The price of hiding my sword for 50 years is that I've also hidden my comprehension of the sword for 50 years. I've restrained myself. What a joke! With that, he slowly picked up the gathering heavens sword in his hand and threw it directly into the ice cliff. I don't care about this sword anymore. Father, that's... Yagyu Shingen was shocked. That was one of the 3 divine weapons of Japan, the heavenly sword of clouds. Back then, it had caused a bloodbath for countless people. His father had once regarded it as a treasure, but now his father had thrown it away. I have to thank that young man from before. He was the one who caused me to suffer a setback. That's why I came to my senses. Yagyu Shingen took a step forward and flew to the peak of the snow. He did not move. Like a sharp sword that pierced the clouds, passed down my order. Invite the number 1 person in China, Mr. Mad Southernie, to fight here in 3 days. Halfway up Mount Fuji, Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng walked side by side. Luo Yao stopped in her tracks. Suddenly, she looked up at the peak of the mountain as if she had sensed something. She licked the ice cream in her hand and complained, "Damn Feng Feng, look at what you've done." A mistake, it's purely a mistake. Tang Jianfeng was shocked as well. He could only laugh dryly and say, I didn't know that he would be able to recover after being defeated by me. From this, it can be seen that this person is indeed the Japanese sword saint. His talent and comprehension are extraordinary. At the end of his sentence, he said carefully, "Why don't I go back and kill him now?" "Forget it, forget it." Luo Yao rolled her eyes at him and twitched her delicate nose. "I already said that he's Mad Southern Ye's opponent. If you kill him, who will Mad Southern Ye kill? Besides, I want to see if Mad Southern Ye is really as powerful as the rumors say." Just as she was speaking, a young man jumped out of the forest. He knelt on one knee in front of Luo Yao and said respectfully, "Miss, I just received news that Mad Southern Ye has killed his way into the Yamaguchi-gumi to save hundreds of Chinese cultivators." "Interesting. I thought he didn't live up to his name, but now my attitude toward him has changed." Luo Yao's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that. She could not help but look at Tang Jianfeng. "Xiaofeng, why don't we meet this Mad Southern Ye?" "Forget it." Tang Jianfeng raised his head and looked down the mountain. A hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. Regardless of whether this person's strength is as strong as the rumors say, from the looks of it, he's quite responsible. He's not a disgrace to the Chinese. I'm looking forward to meeting him. At this point, he shook his head slightly. However, he doesn't have the right now. Unless he can defeat Yaguaida, he'll have the right to meet me at the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters. After the 14 martial Dao masters were killed by Yi Qin, all the forces of the Yamaguchi-gumi suffered a devastating blow at that moment. Only a few ordinary people survived. However, the killing intent in Yi Chen's heart was gone. He turned his head and said to Meng Zixian and the rest who were stunned, "I said that I'll destroy the Yamaguchi-gumi, so I'll definitely do it. Everyone kill. Kill." Meng Zixian and the rest hesitated at first. However, when they thought about what happened to them and Song Jifeng's death, they gritted their teeth and charged at the remaining Yamaguchi-gumi members. As waves of screams rang out, apart from Yamaguchi Aoki, none of the remaining Yamaguchi-gumi members were left. Yi Qin did not think that he had done anything wrong. Putting aside the fact that the Yamaguchi-gumi had offended him, the Yamaguchi-gumi was an illegal organization. Its members were all ferocious Japanese. So what if he killed them? When it was Yamaguchi Aoki's turn, he looked at the Yamaguchi-gumi's 100 years of hard work being wasted and said with a tragic smile, "Mad Southern Ye, I know that I'm going to die for sure. My only request is, can you give me a quick death?" "All right." Yi Qin flicked his finger, and a stream of energy pierced through his forehead. With Yamaguchi Aoki's death, the Yamaguchi-gumi that represented the world was officially removed. At that moment, a young man walked in from outside. He looked at the mess of the scene and said to Yi Qin, "Are you Mad Southern Ye?" Yi Qin said nothing. "I'm a member of the Yagyu family. I'm here to convey a message to you on the orders of the family master. 3 days later, Sword Saint Yaguaida invites you to fight on the snowy peak of Mount Fuji." The man seemed to be trembling in fear under Yi Chen's gaze. He did not have much confidence. "As long as you win, we'll release the remaining Chinese cultivators who are imprisoned. We'll also publicly apologize to you." "I'll accept this battle," Yi Chen said slowly in an extremely cold voice. "I'll definitely head to the snowy peak of Mount Fuji in 3 days. Go back and tell everyone in the Yagyu family that I don't need to apologize. I'll definitely kill Yaguaida and destroy the Yagyu family. P.S. Today's update for the 3rd chapter has been completed. I'll continue tomorrow. Since I updated so early, give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote." Chapter 607. The Yagyu family. Not only did they belong to a wealthy family in Japan, but they were also in existence that could be ranked among the top 500 wealthy families in the world. In the history of the Japanese sword Dao, there had been a total of 6 sword saints, and the Yagyu family occupied 3 of them. Most of the descendants of the other 3 sword saints had fallen into desolation and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Yagyu family had flourished from generation to generation. Especially after Yaguaida became the only sword saint in Japan, the Yagyu family's international reputation was like the sun in the sky. Rumor had it that on the day Yagyu became a sword saint, the three Western world giants joined forces and descended to Japan. They wanted to test Yagyu-Aida's strength. Who would have thought that Yagyu-Aida would rely on himself and his sword to fight the three world giants to a draw at the peak of Tokyo? That battle had completely established Yagyu-Aida's position on the world ranking. In the 50 years after Yagyu-Aida Tsongjin lived in seclusion on Mount Fuji, no one dared to offend the Yagyu family, let alone Japan. Therefore, Sword Saint Yagyu-Aida's reputation in Japan was even greater than the previous 5 sword saints. In the eyes of all the Japanese cultivators, he was a senior, a legend, and someone that everyone tried to surpass. As his opponent, Yi Chun was better in both fame and fame. The reason was that the global cultivation world had been relatively peaceful for the past few decades. The peace was broken with Yi Chen's appearance. In the past year, countless powerhouses had died in Yi Chen's hands. Every time he killed someone, it would cause a huge uproar, especially the battle between Korea and Inshur some time ago and the destruction of Korea's cultivation world. It had completely pushed him to the top of the world's public opinion. Therefore, after Yi Chun agreed to fight Sword Saint Yagyu-Aida, the news was spread to various intelligence agencies through various channels. Then, it spread to their respective countries and forces at an extremely fast speed. In the end, almost the entire world knew of such an explosive news. The China #1, Mad Southern Yi, would fight Japanese Sword Saint Yagyu-Aida on Mount Fuji in 3 days. Whoosh! As soon as the news spread, the entire Japanese cultivation world was in an uproar. That was because Sword Saint Yagyu-Aida's position in their hearts was too high. At the same time, because they were relatively close to China, they had heard too many rumors about Mad Southern Yi's achievements. When they found out that the 2 great experts were about to fight, how could they not be shocked and astounded? This caused countless Japanese experts to head to Mount Fuji in advance, preparing to watch this world-shaking battle from a close distance. The leaders of the Western countries sneered when they heard that. This Mad Southern Yi is a sh*T stir. He just attacked Korea, and now he's going to attack Japan. Don't come to the West and cause trouble again. He dares to come to the West? The East Asian monkeys are naturally thinner and shorter than us. What's more, as long as he dares to come, there's no need for Fire Emperor, Thunder King, or Zeus to make a move. Any expert from the West can kill him. The Chinese cultivation world was next in an uproar. The forum that had finally calmed down because of the incident in Korea became popular again. All the major forums were filled with topics related to Yi Chun. Countless Chinese cultivators swarmed into the forum server. The moderators of the major forums were crying and laughing at the same time. They were crying because the server was almost overcrowded. All sorts of posts were deleted and reviewed in a hurry. They were laughing because Yi Chen's popularity was going to make them rich again. A netizen with the username Yi Family Army Tiny Meatball could not help but post, "Mad Southern Yi went to Japan again? When did that happen? Damn, why did everything change after going to Africa? Aren't you from the Yi Family Army? You don't even know that. It seems like you've only been there for a few days." It's said that Mad Southern Yi almost destroyed the Chiba family as soon as he went there. Later on, he even killed his way into the Hitamoto clan and killed their Shikigami with a single punch. Someone replied in the post, "That's not all. According to the latest news, the Yamaguchi-gumi was destroyed by him. He killed all 15 of the Yamaguchi-gumi's retainers. You have to know that those were 15 martial Dao masters. Everyone fell silent. Holy sh*T, that's crazy. You're really a fierce person. You just beat up the Korean powerhouses and made them cry for their parents. In the blink of an eye, you went to Japan. You really can't stop for 15 minutes. Mad Southern, you should have done this a long time ago. I've long disliked those Japanese grandsons. All of them keep bragging about how they're invincible in the world." A Chinese powerhouse sighed, "He's too valiant. Mad Southern Yi is too valiant. He's going against the heavens. Who can compete with him? Many netizens who had just returned from climbing the wall posted angrily, "Brothers, the two Koreans next door are clamoring again. They're saying that Mad Southerny will die." The netizen called Ye Family Army Tiny Meatball could not hold it in anymore. "Where's the Ye Family Army?" Someone is tarnishing the reputation of the Ye Family Army's boss, Mad Southerny. Brothers, go to the forum next door and attack them. Let them know how powerful the Ye Family Army is. The Ye Family Army has gone to war. Not a single blade of grass will grow. When countless Chinese cultivators who supported Yi Qin climbed over the wall, they saw a powerhouse from Goguryeo opening a sub-account called Kim Daewon and pointing out the world on Weibo. The legend of the undefeated Mad Southern is destined to be ended by Yaguida. If you're not convinced, argue. The ones who jumped the most happily were none other than the powerhouses from Korea. Mad Southerny will definitely die in this battle. You have to know that the sword saint, Yaguida, is a generation earlier than the number one person in Korea, Inshur. Where did Mad Southern Yi get the courage to accept the challenge? To Yi Qin, it could be said that Korea hated him the most. They could not even wait for him to die because it was such a man who had killed his way into Korea some time ago. Not only did he destroy two wealthy families, he even killed the legend in their hearts, Inshur. After that, Mad Southerny even destroyed more than half of the powerhouses from Korea's cultivation world who had gone to watch the battle. He swaggered away, causing the cultivation world of Korea to be unable to recover from this setback. How could they not hate him to the bone? Under the Two's Weibo, there were countless Goguryeo and Korean people fighting to top the post. Even if there were some comments from Chinese cultivators, they were quickly drowned out. Seeing these comments, the Chinese cultivation world instantly exploded. Many Chinese cultivators ran to the Weibo of a certain powerhouse from Goguryeo and started cursing. A Chinese cultivator retorted angrily, "Before you say that, look at your neighbor, Korea. Their most powerful person has been killed by Mad Southerny. Now, the grass on their graves is 3 feet tall. Do you, Goguryeo, want Mad Southerny to go there as well?" Kim Daewon of Goguryeo sneered and personally replied, "That's on the premise that Mad Southern Yi can return from Japan alive. All you guys only know how to act cool on the internet. Anyway, it's not illegal to act cool. But our Yi Family Army doesn't like it." A member of the Yi Family Army was furious. Kim Daewon shouted, "If you're unhappy, come to Goguryeo and beat me up." Chapter 608. As soon as he replied, the Chinese cultivators exploded. "F***CK, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore with my hot temper. This guy is obviously a smuff," hiding his head and showing his tail. "Is there an IT expert who can help us check this guy's IP? I'm going to fly over and give him a good beating. At the same time, I'll use my size 48 shoes to measure how big his face is. Brothers, let's do this to him." At the same time, in a seaside villa along the coast of China. "Aha, this really pisses me off. This guy called Jin Daeyuan is so hateful. Not only did he defame my idol, he even dared to be so arrogant. I'm so angry." A beautiful girl who was dressed like a kawaii threw away the mouse angrily, then stood up and dialed a number. "Dad, lend me those guys from your company's technology department. Why do you care what I use it for? As long as it's useful, that's it. Those dozen guys are taking our annual salary of tens of millions for free. We have to find something for them to do." After hanging up the phone, the beautiful girl's anger subsided a lot. She revealed her snow-white canine teeth. "Humph! How dare you slander my idol? Do you really think that the deputy boss of the Yi Family Army, Tiny Meatball, is made of mud?" In a temple in Tiannan, China, Su Yuhan, who was dressed in plain clothes, stood up and walked out after praying. Yi Win, who had been waiting outside, came to her immediately. She pointed at her phone and said happily, "Sister, look, my brother is on the news again." "On the news?" Su Yuhan took the phone and took a look. What she saw were a few bold words. the China #1 Mad Southern Yi, will fight the Japanese sword saint Yagyu Ida on Mount Fuji in 3 days. This guy went to fight to the death again. The more she looked at it, the more shocked she was. She took out her phone and called Yi Chin. When the call was picked up, she said angrily, "Yi, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. A strange sound came from the phone. "Do you think you're a monkey? Speak human language now. Otherwise, do you believe that I'll skin you alive when you return?" Su Yuhan was enraged. "You're still squeaking? Do you think that you're a monkey?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Another series of monkey cries came. Just when Su Yuhan was about to flare up, the phone was hung up. Su Yuhan was almost angered to death. "Aya, this guy's got a temper. How dare he hang up on me now? Maybe my brother is joking with you." Yi Chin snickered. "Forget it. I'll deal with him when he comes back." Su Yuhan shook her head lightly and left the temple with Yi Wen. She drove to a farmhouse and saw that it was already crowded at the moment. Yi Wen said, as if she was familiar with the place, "Sister, this farmhouse's food is pretty good. They have everything that we usually can't get in the city, such as pheasant and deer. I'm a vegetarian recently, so I'll just eat a bowl of noodles." Su Yuhan frowned slightly and looked around casually after she sat down. She accidentally saw a bird cage hanging on a tree next to her. There was a bird that looked like an eagle curled up inside. It was shivering and shaking the cage nonstop. At this time, the owner of the farmhouse came out and asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat?" "We have 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles," Yi Wen said. The owner nodded and was going to leave. However, Su Yuhan pointed at the birdcage and said, "Is that an eagle, sir?" "No." The owner looked around and said softly, "It's actually a falcon. This feathered animal was caught in the net when my old man went up the mountain to collect the goods this morning. My old man brought it down the mountain to sell it in the city later. I heard it's quite valuable." "A falcon? That's a protected animal. What you guys are doing is illegal." Yi Wen was shocked. Awkwardness and ferocity flashed through the owner's eyes. Meanwhile, the 2 chefs from the farmhouse walked over slowly. Su Yuhan's heart sank when she saw the look in his eyes. She said immediately, "Boss, I'll take it." "How much is it?" "Sister, selling protected animals is—" Yi Wen advised immediately. "Stop it." Su Yuhan glared at her. The owner smiled again. "I see that both of you are rich. How about this? $200,000. You guys can have it." Meanwhile, the 2 chefs returned to the house again. Su Yuhan asked for his card number and took out her phone to call the company's finance department to explain the situation. Soon, the owner of the farmhouse received the money. He took down the bird cage with the bird and handed it to Su Yuhan. He said while smiling, "Boss, remember to look for me if you need it next time." Su Yuhan said a few words and drove away after finishing a bowl of noodles in a hurry. She only opened the birdcage when she arrived at a place with nobody around. "Go back to where you came from." The falcon that was initially dying looked at her and eventually struggled to fly out of the birdcage. It flew higher and higher and flew away after circling 3 times above Su Yuhan's head. "Sister, you've been scammed. That bird is 10,000 yuan at most. Also, I bought it for $200,000. Why you're letting it go just like that?" Yi Wen was confused throughout the entire process. "I'll tell you when we get back." Su Yuhan sighed when everyone's attention was focused on this world-shaking battle. Yi Chin, who was far away in Tokyo's Wuyue Taiji dojo, seemed extremely relaxed. He looked at Song Chia, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and said with a smile, "How is it? Have you found the sense of qi?" The so-called qi sense was the ability to sense the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The path of cultivation was particular about cultivating qi. To cultivate qi, one had to first sense qi before they could absorb it into the body and refine it. The 10-year-old Song Chia followed Yi Chen's method and closed his eyes to sense for a long time. Eventually he said with a bitter expression, "Master, I can't find it." "It's okay if you can't find it. Take your time. Don't be too hasty. I believe that you will find it one day." Yi Chen comforted him with a smile, but he secretly sighed in his heart. Song Chia's aptitude was too poor. 5 spiritual roots required him to sense 5 types of heaven and earth's spiritual energy at the same time. It was extremely difficult for such a person with such aptitude to exist in the cultivation world with abundant spirit qi, let alone on earth where spirit qi was scarce. However, since he had already accepted Song Chia as his disciple, he naturally had to give him a glimmer of hope. It was not good to be too absolute. Relatively speaking, his precious daughter, Mingming, had much better aptitude. He had seen Mingming's spiritual root before, and she happened to inherit his talent of metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots. This aptitude was not too outstanding, but it was not too mediocre either. It could only be said to be average, at the level of average aptitude. Meanwhile, Yang Tian's son, Yang Hao, had a single spiritual root. Moreover, it was a mutated, lightning spiritual root. This kind of aptitude was hard to come by in 100 years. Sometimes Yi Chen was a little envious of Yang Tian. "Master, I'll work hard." Li Chia nodded obediently. He closed his eyes again and followed the method Yi Chen had taught him to find the sense of qi. His young facial features were very determined. This child has a determined personality. Perhaps he will achieve something in the future. Yi Chen secretly nodded and got up to walk out. He saw the monkey squatting in the corner, squeaking nonstop with its butt sticking out. He then looked at the phone in its hand. The bright screen of the phone showed that it was on a call. The monkey seemed to be talking to someone. It was so excited that it would scratch its ears and cheeks from time to time, jumping up and down. Yi Chen touched his phone subconsciously when he saw that. Subsequently, his expression turned grim. P.S. Chapter 2. There are only 2 chapters today. The main thing is that I'm going to write a fight next. My brain is a little stuck. I hope everyone can let me sort out my thoughts. Thank you. Chapter 609. The monkey saw Yi Chen coming out. He hurriedly hid his phone behind his back with a guilty conscience. His eyeballs kept rolling, and he immediately wanted to run out of the room. "Stop right there." Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and the door closed automatically. He was furious. Even though the monkey hid his phone well, he could still see that the person talking to the monkey was Olan, Mingming's former teacher. "Give me back my phone." Yi Chen walked over quickly with a grim expression. The monkey scratched his face and dashed away from him with a whoosh. He was extremely agile, like a loach. "How dare you!" Yi Chen scoffed coldly and unleashed his cultivation base directly. He grabbed the monkey's tail forcefully and lifted it upside down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. No matter how it kicked its legs in the air, it was useless. He then snatched the phone away and opened the call log immediately. He felt his vision go black and almost lost his balance. There were hundreds of call records on the screen. There were Su Yuhan, Yang Tian, Lin Tai, Olan, Tangning, and even Dai Shiyu from Shanghai. Most of them were women. He couldn't help but imagine a monkey talking to someone on the phone, and the sound it made was squeak, squeak, squeak. Those who did not know would think that Yi Chen had become indecent. Yi Chen was getting more and more shocked as he flipped through the call log. In the end, he stared at the monkey with a fake smile. "How did you steal my phone?" He was truly shocked. Although he did not put his phone in his storage ring and carried it with him, it was difficult for anyone to steal anything from him with his current ability. However, the monkey did it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey struggled in the air for a few times. After landing on the ground, it walked to the side and picked up a stick. It handed it to Yi Chen respectfully. It then turned around and stuck its butt out at Yi Chen as if it was saying that it was willing to be punished. Yi Chen looked at the stick that was almost half a meter long and then at the monkey that was only the size of a palm. Eventually, he said in amusement, "This is the only time. There won't be a next time." The monkey nodded repeatedly and subsequently leaped onto Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Olan. He picked it up after some hesitation. "Ms. Oi, are you going to tell me that it was a misunderstanding when you called me earlier and squeaked on the phone?" Olan's sweet voice came slowly. Yi Chen said in surprise, "How did you know?" He, Olan chuckled and said in an extremely strange tone, "Yi Chen, I can't tell. You're already married, but you're still playing tricks like sexual harassment." "I sexually harassed you?" Yi Chen opened his mouth. "What else can I do?" "Forget it. I won't argue with you. As Mingming's former teacher, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't flirt with other women behind their backs. Although I admit that you are very outstanding, I am not that kind of person. All right, that's it." Do. The phone was hung up. Yi Chen almost spat a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he glared fiercely at the monkey on his shoulder. He even had the urge to kill it. He thought to himself that the misunderstanding had blown up. The monkey had an innocent expression on its face. It seemed to be saying that it did not do or say anything. Moreover, it was speaking monkey language, so the other party could not understand it. Another call came. It was Sun Sarong, the daughter of the Medicine King, Sun Jiaoyan. Yi Chen glanced at the monkey with killing intent on his face. He picked up the call anyway. This time, he did not take the initiative to speak. A few seconds later, an unusually shy voice came from the phone. "Mr. Yi, what you said to me just now, is it true?" "What?" Yi Chen was slightly stunned. "That's what I said. Why are you like this?" "I've already told you, but you're still playing dumb," Sun Sarong scolded. "I asked you earlier if you're interested in me, but you kept squeaking and didn't say anything." The killing intent on Yi Chen's body was getting stronger as he listened. Sun Sarong took a deep breath in as if she was struggling internally. Eventually, she said in an incomparably firm manner, "I know that you're thin-skinned and shy, so I told you to squeak twice if you like me. If you don't like me, squeak thrice. But you squeaked twice." Yi Chen was speechless. "Mr. Yi, I've thought about it and told my dad. My dad said that it's fine for a powerhouse like you to have 3 or 4 wives. Moreover, I really like you. So my dad has already gone to prepare the dowry. Do you think we should pick a better day? Beep." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen hung up the phone with a thud. The veins on his face bulged as he looked at the monkey with a murderous aura. However, the monkey tiptoed through a crack in the door and slipped out. This evil creature, this misunderstanding has really blown up. Yi Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Just when he wanted to chase after it and capture it to settle the score, the phone rang again. His heart tightened and he looked over by instinct. Fortunately, it was not Sun Sarong. It was Yang Tian. "Old Yi, what's wrong with you? You keep calling me. You don't say anything even when you call. You keep squeaking. Are you possessed by Brother Monkey? I was almost killed by you. I followed old Niu to carry out a mission to kill a scum from Shang Santian. We were in the middle of a fierce battle, but you kept calling me." Yang Tian could not stop complaining to Yi Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. Clearly, he had been tortured by the monkey. Of course, the monkey had called him more than 10 times. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He then asked, "How are you and Lin Tai doing? You didn't break your arms or legs, did you?" "Not really." Yang Tian grinned. "This method of yours is really useful. Tai and I have improved rapidly in the past 2 days. However, old Niu said that the other party's powerhouses are probably going to enter the world soon. It'll be very chaotic. Old Niu wants you to return home after you finish fighting that Japanese sword saint. He wants to do something big with you." "Do something big?" Yi Chen thought to himself, but he did not ask in detail. He hung up the phone after learning more about the situation with Yang Tian. Are there any more powerhouses from Shang Santian going to enter the world? Could it be a Marshal Dao Venerable? Yi Chen stood up and looked at China from afar. He thought to himself as his eyes flickered, I don't care what kind of powerhouses you guys are. It's fine if everyone is fine. But if you guys don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for imitating the previous Dragon Soul Dragon King and charging into Kunlun with my sword to block your exit. I'll kill whoever comes. Chapter 610. Just when he was thinking about it, Su Yuhan called. Yi Chen felt guilty. He said, while smiling after picking up the call, Honey, it's only been 2 days. Are you missing me already? Miss you? I want to punch you. Su Yuhan chuckled. Yi, you're really something. You caused such a huge commotion on your trip to Japan. You even want to fight the Japanese sword saint to death. Are you trying to scare your parents and I out of our wits? Did Dad and Mom find out? Yi Chen was a little worried. I'm not sure if my parents know. I'm outside with Yiwen now. I plan to go to a temple on Yaoshan to burn incense. Go to a temple to burn incense. Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter, No, have you forgotten who your husband is? He actually believes in Buddhism like other people, and even has to go all the way to burn incense. You didn't listen to me either. You went around killing and killing. Su Yuhan complained. I heard that the temple is quite efficacious. Let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose even if it's not efficacious. Also, I need you. Our daughter's birthday is in a few days. I'll repeat myself. You must come back before our daughter's birthday. Definitely, definitely. Yi Chen hung up after chatting with her for a while. He was still a little worried, so he contacted Inshur and asked her to protect Su Yuhan secretly to prevent any accidents from happening. As the #1 person in Taibang, there were not many people in China who could defeat Inshur. At first, Yaoshan referred to a celestial mountain, but later it evolved into a place where the Yao people gathered. The place where the Yao people lived was called Yaoshan Village. Below Yaoshan, a red Porsche was parked by the roadside. Yiwen, who was in the passenger seat, turned her head and said to an older guide behind her, Master, the Puhong temple that you mentioned is in the mountain, right? Yes, but the mountain road is not easy to walk on. I'm afraid your car won't be able to drive in. After you get off, you'll have to walk for 20 kilometers, the guide explained slowly. I'm fine. Su Yuhan opened the car door and took out the things she had prepared from the trunk. She glanced at Yaoshan before her and mumbled to herself, If there's really a Buddha in this world, I only hope that the person I love can be safe and my family can live an ordinary and happy life. Sister, if I knew this would happen, we should have brought a bodyguard. It's too heavy, and we still have to walk 20 kilometers. It's too much. Yuan kept cupping her fists while carrying a bag. Let's go. Su Yuhan glanced at her helplessly. She shook her head after locking the car and walked towards the mountain road. At that moment, a sound similar to an eagle's cry came from the sky. The three of them raised their heads and saw a large bird circling above their heads with its wings spread out. From time to time, it would let out a series of cries. Yiwen exclaimed, Sister, look. Isn't that the falcon that we released earlier? Yang, Wyatt, Su Yuhan, up with one up, Su. Su you up, you up. You, who, I you, I who that. I don't know, but why is it following us? Yiwen shook her head in confusion. Maybe it's to repay a favor. Su Yuhan smiled sweetly and said, without thinking, Even a bird knows how to repay a favor. I'm starting to believe in karma and good and evil now. Just as she was talking, she heard a gunshot. It was the guide next to her holding a gunpowder gun and firing at the falcon in the air. However, he didn't hit it. The falcon was frightened and flew away. Uncle Hu, why you? Yuan glared at him. The tour guide shook his head and said, You guys don't know this. This kind of bird isn't popular in our area. They often go to the village to catch chicks to eat. Moreover, I scared it away on purpose. What if you killed it? Yiwen was a little unconvinced. Forget it, let's go. Su Yuhan took one last good look in the direction where the falcon disappeared. She walked in front with the things in her hand. Yi Qin stayed with his disciple, Song Chia, for the past 3 days. He taught him some cultivation things. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, countless people rushed to Mount Fuji in advance. There were many Japanese, Chinese, and even people from Western countries. Almost all of them rushed over from all over the world. After all, this battle involved the #1 person in China and the only sword saint in Japan. The battle between 2 world-class giants was not an exaggeration to say that it was a rare event that only happened once in 100 years in the world. No one would give up on such a shocking scene. It also caused the population of Japan to increase drastically, putting pressure on the Japanese officials. They had also prepared various emergency measures in advance. Yi Qin saw many people outside after pushing the door open. Standing at the front were Chiba Yoshiko, Miyamoto Take, Meng Zixiang, Chen Shui, Wu Hong, and the rest. There were a few unfamiliar faces among them. The auras in their bodies were surging, and they were all martial Dao masters. Before Yi Qin could speak, the few unfamiliar faces bowed to Yi Qin and said while clasping their fists, "Greetings, Mr. Yi." As if sensing his confusion, the leading old man in black introduced himself. "Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Changkong, a 2nd-generation disciple of China's Wudong sect. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for avenging my junior brother, Song Jifeng. You've also saved the last bit of our Wudong sect's dignity." At this point, he looked at the few people behind him and said, "I heard that Mr. Yi is representing the Chinese cultivation world to fight the Japanese sword saint, Yaguaida. I've brought a few people here to cheer for Yi Qin." As soon as he said that, a middle-aged man in an official robe walked out from behind him. Sect Master Wu Lianji of 8 Extremes fist greets, "Mr. Yi." Sect Master Yang Beitao of Form Intention fist greets, "Mr. Yi." Another man stepped forward. Fan Xianbing of Hong, sect greets, "Mr. Yi." Shui Guanglin of Northern Hubei greets, "Mr. Yi." Yu Qing of Jiaxing greets, "Mr. Yi." At that moment, a total of 8 martial Dao masters walked to Yi Qin and bowed. Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto Takes Hearts skipped a beat. There were a total of 8 martial Dao masters from China for this battle. Lu Changkong said, "Mr. Yi Song Jifeng was originally a disciple of our Wudong sect. Logically speaking, my master should be here. However, my master is already over 120 years old. He's getting old, so he asked me to bring a message to you." "What is it?" Yi Qin was surprised. Lu Changkong took a deep breath in and said slowly, "There are many heroes in Yanhuang. They are not afraid to fight 100 people alone. They will take revenge. Look at the blood of our Chinese men." After saying that, he clasped his fists at Yi Qin and bowed 90 degrees. "Mr. Yi, please." Bang, bang, bang. "Mr. Yi, please. Mr. Yi, please." The 8 Chinese masters who had rushed over to cheer cupped their fists in unison and shouted loudly. It was like muffled thunder that echoed in the air. Yi Qin was also affected. He laughed out loud and said, "Everyone believe me. I naturally won't disappoint you. Yaguaida will definitely die in this battle. P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm not done yet. I'll update later." Chapter 611. The Yagyu family. Not only did they belong to a wealthy family in Japan, but they were also in existence that could be ranked among the top 500 wealthy families in the world. In the history of the Japanese sword Dao, there had been a total of 6 sword saints, and the Yagyu family occupied 3 of them. Most of the descendants of the other 3 sword saints had fallen into desolation and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Only the Yagyu family had flourished from generation to generation. Especially after Yaguaida became the only sword saint in Japan, the Yagyu family's international reputation was like the sun in the sky. Rumor had it that on the day Yaguaida became a sword saint, the 3 Western world giants joined forces and descended to Japan. They wanted to test Yaguaida's strength. Who would have thought that Yagyu would rely on himself and his sword to fight the three world giants to a draw at the Peak of Tokyo? That battle had completely established Yagyu position on the world ranking. In the 50 years after Yagyu Songjin lived in seclusion on Mount Fuji, no one dared to offend the Yagyu family, let alone Japan. Therefore, Sword Saint Yagyu reputation in Japan was even greater than that of the previous 5 sword saints. In the eyes of all the Japanese cultivators, he was a senior, a legend, and someone that everyone tried to surpass. As his opponent, Yi Chun was better in both fame and fame. The reason was that the global cultivation world had been relatively peaceful for the past few decades. The peace was broken with Yi Chen's appearance. In the past year, countless powerhouses had died in Yi Chen's hands. Every time he killed someone, it would cause a huge uproar, especially the battle between Korea and Inshur some time ago and the destruction of Korea's cultivation world. It had completely pushed him to the top of the world's public opinion. Therefore, after Yi Chen agreed to fight Sword Saint Yagyu, the news was spread to various intelligence agencies through various channels. Then, it spread to their respective countries and forces at an extremely fast speed. In the end, almost the entire world knew of such an explosive news. The China #1, Mad Southern Yi, would fight Japanese Sword Saint Yagyu on Mount Fuji in 3 days. Whoosh! As soon as the news spread, the entire Japanese cultivation world was in an uproar. That was because Sword Saint Yagyu position in their hearts was too high. At the same time, because they were relatively close to China, they had heard too many rumors about Mad Southern Ye's achievements. When they found out that the 2 great experts were about to fight, how could they not be shocked and astounded? This caused countless Japanese experts to head to Mount Fuji in advance, preparing to watch this world-shaking battle from a close distance. The leaders of the Western countries sneered when they heard that. This Mad Southern Yi is a *T stirrer. He just attacked Korea, and now he's going to attack Japan. Don't come to the West and cause trouble again. He dares to come to the West? The East Asian monkeys are naturally thinner and shorter than us. What's more, as long as he dares to come, there's no need for Fire Emperor, Thunder King, or Zeus to make a move. Any expert from the West can kill him. The Chinese cultivation world was next in an uproar. The forum that had finally calmed down because of the incident in Korea became popular again. All the major forums were filled with topics related to Yi Chen. Countless Chinese cultivators swarmed into the forum server. The moderators of the major forums were crying and laughing at the same time. They were crying because the server was almost overcrowded. All sorts of posts were deleted and reviewed in a hurry. They were laughing because Yi Chen's popularity was going to make them rich again. A netizen with the username Yi Family Army, Tiny Meatball, could not help but post, "Mad Southern Yi went to Japan again? When did that happen? Damn, why did everything change after going to Africa? Aren't you from the Yi Family Army? You don't even know that. It seems like you've only been there for a few days." It said that Mad Southern Yi almost destroyed the Chiba family as soon as he went there. Later on, he even killed his way into the Hitamoto clan and killed their Shikigami with a single punch. Someone replied in the post, "That's not all. According to the latest news, the Yamaguchi-gumi was destroyed by him. He killed all 15 of the Yamaguchi-gumi's retainers. You have to know that those were 15 martial Tao masters." Everyone fell silent. Holy *T, that's crazy. You're really a fierce person. You just beat up the Korean powerhouses and made them cry for their parents. In the blink of an eye, you went to Japan. You really can't stop for 15 minutes. Mad Southern, you should have done this a long time ago. I've long disliked those Japanese grandsons. All of them keep bragging about how they're invincible in the world. A Chinese powerhouse sighed, "He's too valiant. Mad Southern Yi is too valiant. He's going against the heavens. Who can compete with him?" Many netizens who had just returned from climbing the wall posted angrily, "Brothers, the 2 Koreans next door are clamoring again. They're saying that Mad Southern Yi will die. The netizen called Yi Family Army Tiny Meatball could not help but ask, "Where's the Yi Family Army?" Someone is tarnishing the reputation of the Yi Family Army's boss, Mad Southern Yi. Brothers, go to the forum next door and attack them. Let them know how powerful the Yi Family Army is. The Yi Family Army has gone to war. Not a single blade of grass will grow. When countless Chinese cultivators who supported Yi Qin climbed over the wall, they saw a powerhouse from Goguryeo opening a sub-account called Kim Dae-won and pointing out the world on Weibo. The legend of the undefeated Mad Southern is destined to be ended by Yagyu Ida. If you're not convinced, argue. The ones who jumped the most happily were none other than the powerhouses from Korea. Mad Southern Yi will definitely die in this battle. You have to know that the sword saint Yagyu Ida is a generation earlier than the number one person in Korea, Inshur. Where did Mad Southern Yi get the courage to accept the challenge? To Yi Qin, it could be said that Korea hated him the most. They could not wait for him to die, because it was such a man who had killed his way into Korea some time ago. Not only did he destroy two wealthy families, he even killed the legend in their hearts, Inshur. After that, Mad Southern Yi even destroyed more than half of the powerhouses from Korea's cultivation world who had gone to watch the battle. He swaggered away, causing the cultivation world of Korea to be in chaos. Chapter 612. Yagyu Ida, I'm here to kill you. The sudden voice sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. It was like a thunderclap that exploded in everyone's ears. The China number one, Mad Southern Yi, is here. The battle between the two world-class giants is about to begin. I'd like to see what this legendary, undefeatable Mad Southern looks like. Does he really have 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors say? He can scare babies so much that they don't dare to cry in the middle of the night. Whoosh! At that moment, the originally calm Mount Fuji seemed to have been poured down from the sky. Everyone looked back in the direction of the voice, be it the ordinary people present or the world-class giants from all over the world. They all looked over without exception. Is he here? Luo Yao's beautiful eyes could not help but size up the foot of the mountain. Even Tang Jianfeng, who was next to her, was no exception. His expression became solemn and expectant. Mad Southern Yi, I hope you won't disappoint me and Yao Yao. After all, you're the first person Yao Yao has been interested in since she came to the world. At that moment, under the snowstorm, a black shadow slowly walked over from the mountainside. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man in black with ordinary facial features. The young man had his hands behind his back and was walking at a steady pace. There was a palm-sized jade-green monkey standing on his back. Is this Mad Southern Yi? In an instant, countless gazes looked at the young man in black. Their eyes flickered with shock, bewilderment, and disappointment. Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng were the most shocked. The moment the two of them saw Yi Qin, they looked at each other at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He's Mad Southern Yi? Xiaofeng, he's Mad Southern Yi? Luo Yao repeated in disbelief and said, Isn't he the Yi Qin we met on the cruise ship? If you ask me, who should I ask? Tang Jianfeng rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Qin again. He frowned and said, after sizing him up, maybe he's not. Mad Southern Yi should be behind us. He could not accept that Yi Chan was Mad Southern Yi. That's good. You really scared me to death. Otherwise, I would have thought that we made a mistake on the cruise ship. Luo Yao heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Seeing that Yi Chan was walking over and seemed to be going deeper, she waved and said, Yi Qin. Yi Qin was slightly stunned. He then walked over while smiling and said in surprise, Why are you guys here? Seeing this, the people at the side retracted their gazes in disappointment. A Western powerhouse looked at Yi Chen and berated him coldly. Brat, do you know how to walk? Of course I walked. Yi Chen glanced at him. That person immediately flew into a rage. You, forget it. Why bother with an ordinary person? His friend stopped him immediately and looked at Yi Chin. Sir, everyone thought you were mad Southern Yi just now, so it's inevitable that they're a little upset. I hope you don't mind. Yi Chen's expression froze. What do you mean by treating me as mad Southern Yi? Luo Yao circled around him a few times with a strange expression on her face. She was speechless. Yi Chen, why are you, an ordinary person, here to watch the battle? Don't you think it's dangerous? Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, he saw her waving her hand. Forget it. We met on the cruise ship, after all. Since you're here, just watch. With Xiaofeng and me here, I guarantee that you won't be affected at all. After saying that, she turned to Tang Jianfeng and said, Right, Xiaofeng? Tang Jianfeng glanced at Yi Chen coldly. However, he still reminded him, there are many people here. If you don't want anything to happen, stay behind us. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Chen was speechless. Seeing that he was silent, Luo Yao thought that Tang Jianfeng's words were a little harsh. She immediately smiled and said, Xiaofeng's like that. He's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Just get used to it. At that moment, a Japanese powerhouse could not hold it in anymore. Can you guys shut up? Mad Southern Yi is about to appear. So why are you still whispering to each other? Luo Yao's gaze turned cold. Just as she was about to flare up, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Since I'm in a good mood, I won't argue with you. After saying that, she looked at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, the calm atmosphere was restored. Everyone stared at the foot of the mountain with anticipation written all over their faces. Yi Chen lifted his eyes and looked around. In the end, his gaze landed on the white-clothed figure on the peak of the snow. He was secretly surprised. Is this the Japanese sword saint Yaguaida? He actually comprehended the concept of a heavy sword without a sharp edge and great skill. As the saying went, a heavy sword without a sharp edge and great skill referred to the fact that the person who used the sword had already broken away from the obsession with the sword. He was no longer restricted to the so-called sword techniques. The edge of the sword had reached a natural state. When his gaze landed on the ground, his expression gradually turned cold. He saw Chun Lu lying in the snow unconscious. His hands and feet were covered in blood. Clearly he had been tortured. Yi Chen took a step forward and walked slowly toward Chen Lu. Luo Yao was shocked. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen said nothing, but the killing intent in him was getting more intense. As he walked, he attracted the attention of countless people. Seeing that his target was Chen Lu, many people exclaimed, What is that brat doing? There's a battle ahead. Please stop. 3 Japanese soldiers in uniform stepped forward to stop him. Yi Chen pierced through their bodies directly, and their bodies exploded. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. Someone dared to kill in Japan. Luo Yao's pretty face changed after witnessing the 3 Japanese soldiers' bodies explode. Yi Chen, could he really be? A gleam flashed through Tang Jianfeng's eyes. Facing everyone's shock, Yi Chen did not stop walking. After walking to Chen Lu's side, he slowly inserted a medicinal pill into his body to help him recover quickly. How dare you kill the Japanese? You're too arrogant. I, Yagyu Shinyo, shall grant you the death penalty today. Yagyu Shinyo, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, had a grim expression on his face. He slashed his sword at Yi Chen's head, his body filled with cold killing intent. At that moment, Chen Lu, who had fainted, slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Yi Chen, he immediately stood up and knelt on one knee. Chen Lu of the form and will fist greets Mr. Yi. I'm late. I've made you suffer. Yi Chen sighed softly. No. Chen Lu shook his head repeatedly and said with tears in his eyes, Mr. Yi, Chen Lu knew that you would definitely come. It's because you're the China #1, mad Southern Yi. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but each and every word was powerful and sonorous, reaching everyone's ears without missing a single word. Dead silence. At that moment, the world was dead silent. Everyone's expressions froze one after another. They stared blankly at the skinny figure, feeling shocked. So he really was mad, Southerny. Chapter 613. So he really is mad, Southerny. Luo Yao mumbled to herself as she looked at the ordinary figure. She felt her face burning. When she first met Yi Chen on the cruise ship, she felt that he had an extraordinary bearing. He was neither servile nor overbearing when he spoke to her. However, she did not associate him with a cultivator because she did not sense any cultivation aura from him. It was funny. Mad Southerny was right before them, but she was discussing Mad Southerny with Tang Jianfeng in front of him. The second time they met was now. She thought that Yi Chen was here to watch the earth-shattering battle. She even kindly said that she wanted to take care of Yi Chen's safety. She felt her ears burning as she thought to this point. She was furious. This guy really knows how to hide. He kept us in the dark from the beginning. To think that just as I expected. Tang Jianfeng squinted and took a good look at Yi Chen. He had some doubts the moment Yi Chen walked toward Chen Lu. He did not expect it to be true. Even so, there was still a ripple in his heart. But why didn't I sense any cultivation aura from him from the beginning? Could he have cultivated an aura concealment technique? At the same time, Yagyu Shinyo's blade stopped in midair when it was about to touch Yi Chen. At that moment, he stared blankly at Yi Chen. His mind was buzzing like a bolt from the blue. Why, you're mad, Southerny? Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. What did you say your name was? Meeting his gaze, Yagyu Shinyo's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but take a step back. He had fantasized countless times about killing Mad Southerny with a single strike. However, when he was really facing Mad Southerny, he was horrified to realize he did not even have the strength to speak. It was as if the young man's every word and action, and even his gaze, could bring him immense pressure. Even his father, Yagyuida, did not have such pressure. Seeing this scene, the people around them secretly sighed. They thought to themselves that he was indeed worthy of being the #1 person in China, but his bearing made Yagyu Shinyo tremble with fear. At this moment, Chiba Yoshiko, Meng Zixiang, and the rest slowly arrived at the scene. In the crowd, Qin Shui saw Chen Lu and immediately rushed over, crying, "Dad, are you okay?" "Silly girl, what can happen to Dad? Besides, Mr. Yi is here." Chen Lu wiped the tears off her face with a pained expression. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Chen Shui knelt before Yi Chen with a thud and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you for saving my father. I apologize for my reckless behavior earlier." "Don't worry." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The moment the man beside Wu Hong saw Yagyu Shinyang, the veins on his forehead popped out. "Yagyu Shinyang, return Old Fifth's arm." Mr. Yi, he was the one who cut off Uncle Wu's arm. Most of the cultivators in China were also captured by him. Qin Shui also looked at Yagyu Shinyang with hatred. Yi Chen took a step forward. Intense killing intent locked onto Yagyu Shinyang. "Yagyu Shinyang, I remember you. You captured many cultivators in China. Today, I'll use your blood to sacrifice the dignity of the Chinese cultivation world." No, Yagyu Shinyang wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed at him. Uft! The sound of flesh and bone being torn apart was heard. An arm was thrown into the air with blood spraying out. Ah! At this moment, Yagyu Shinyang screamed repeatedly. His voice was extremely tragic and scarlet blood spurted out from the severed arm. Such a bloody scene made many people's faces turn pale. "You owe Wuhong this arm." However, the coldness in Yi Chen's eyes did not diminish. He extended his palm and tore off another of Yagyu Shinyang's arms. Pain. The pain was extreme. Yagyu Shinyang felt that there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Every pore and cell was twitching. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would be treated like this one day. "This is what you owe the Form Intention Boxing Dojo." Yi Qin took another step forward. As if sensing his killing intent, Yagyu Shinyang hurriedly shouted with all his might, "Stop him! Stop him!" At the same time, he ran for his life towards the snowy peak. At that moment, he finally knew what fear was. Yi Chun was his fear. As one of the 4 Japanese sword Tao masters, he was the person closest to the sword saint. However, he could not resist Yi Qin at all. "No one can save someone that I, Yi Qin, want to kill." Yi Qin smirked in disdain and leaped out. Countless powerhouses from the Yagyu family dashed out as if they wanted to stop him. "Those who stand in my way will die," Yi Qin shouted. Spiritual energy surged in his hand as he twisted his fingers into a saber. The killing intent in his heart was completely released. The saber chi streaked across the air, and along with waves of screams, countless people were cut into half. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. At that moment, he was not like he was in China. In his eyes, there was no innocent or not, only enemies. The entire sword peak was silent. Everyone watched as Yi Qin charged through the crowd like the reincarnation of a god of death. Every step he took, 10 corpses would appear on the ground. Countless powerhouses were terrified, killing 10 people with one step, killing 10 people with one step. As expected of mad Southern Yi. He's too ruthless. It's better not to provoke him. How was he human? He was clearly a god of death, a butcher. In the end, Yagyu Shinyo, who had lost his arms, was cut off by Yi Qin. He shuddered, then looked in the direction of the snowy peak and shouted, "Father, save me, save me. I don't want to die." At the next moment, a shocking sword chime came from the snowy peak, followed by a monstrous sword intent. "Mad Southern Yi, that's enough. Your opponent is me." "Old thing, you finally can't take it anymore?" Yi Qin scoffed and slapped Yagyu Shinyang. Impudent, seeing that he still wanted to kill Yagyu Shinyang. Yagyu Ida was furious. A 3-meter sword gleam condensed in his hand. The sword gleam turned into a sword gleam and slashed at Yi Chen's hand like a silver snake. In his opinion, Yi Chen would definitely stop facing his sword attack. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating. He sped up and slapped Yagyu Shinyang as if he would not stop until he was dead. Clang! A loud bang was heard. Yi Chen took 3 steps back instantly. Meanwhile, Yagyu Ida in front of him had already turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The surroundings were in an uproar. No one expected Yi Chen to dare to take the risk and kill Yagyu Shinyang with a palm strike when Yagyu Ida attacked. Shock flashed through Yagyu Ida's eyes. He did not expect Yi Chen to take his sword attack head-on with his physical body. Although he did not unleash his full power earlier, it was enough to cut a mountain. However, Yi Chen was completely fine. Yi Chen bowed slightly and exerted force from his waist. He shot into the sky like an arrow that was ready to be shot. His long hair fluttered in the wind. At the same time, his indifferent voice resounded throughout the world. "Old thing, Yagyu Shinyang is dead. It's your turn now." Chapter 614. Old thing, Yagyu Shinyo is dead. It's your turn now. Yi Chen stood quietly in the air. The wind and snow blew his long hair up, revealing a rather ordinary face. However, it was this face that could not be any more ordinary, but it was like a towering mountain, giving people a feeling of looking up to it. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yagyu Ida. His killing intent was as shocking as the depths of hell. Yagyu Ida stood on the snowy peak opposite him. His expression was equally calm. He did not look like the so-called Japanese sword saint. Instead, he looked like a scholar with an extraordinary temperament. The two of them looked at each other. It was as if in their eyes there was only themselves and their opponent left in this world. There was no one else, and everything in the outside world had nothing to do with them. As soon as their gazes met, an invisible killing intent suddenly filled the air. At the same time, the wind became stronger and the snow became thicker. The snowflakes fell heavier and heavier. In the end, they covered all the footprints left behind by the people on the ground. The sound of wind and moon became louder and louder, as if they were crying for this earth-shattering battle. Many ordinary people subconsciously shivered. They shrunk their necks and kept blowing air into their hands. Their faces were pale from the cold. Cold. It was bone-chilling. The cold was sudden and strange. In the eyes of many experts, they were filled with deep astonishment, because before the battle began, they could already feel the murderous aura from the snowstorm. A monstrous, murderous aura. The sudden drop in temperature on Mount Fuji was caused by the killing intent. Just the killing intent that was emitted could do this. If the two of them fought, the scene would be unimaginable. Are the two powerhouses finally going to fight? No matter who wins this battle, it's destined to be recorded in history. At that moment, the thousands of people on Mount Fuji raised their heads and looked at the two figures. Their eyes shone with different colors, but most of them were filled with anticipation. At that moment, the entire Mount Fuji was silent. The people of the Japanese cultivation world subconsciously clenched their fists and raised their eyes to look at their Japanese legend. They firmly believed that the Sword Saint would win this battle, even if his opponent was Mad Southern Yi. On the other hand, Chen Shui, Qin Lu, and the others from China held their breaths. These two people represented the pinnacle battle between Japan and China. They had extremely different meanings. Even Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng remained silent. A few seconds later, Yagyu Ida stared at Yi Qin and broke the silence. Young, rumor has it that the #1 person in China, Mad Southern Yi, is less than 30 years old. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen it, I have no choice but to believe it. Yi Qin said nothing. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Yagyu Ida suddenly let out a long sigh. You're a genius of mankind. In time, you might truly be able to stand at the peak of the world. As an opponent, I don't want to be your enemy, much less kill you. There was no falsehood in his expression, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. However, between us, it's no longer limited to personal grudges. It has risen to the level of a nation and even a country. Don't worry, you're destined to die today. Yi Qin chuckled softly. The coldness in his eyes did not show any signs of fading. Mad Southern Yi, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. Yagyu Ida was not angry. Instead, he laughed out loud and said, Perhaps you've never tasted defeat since you debuted in China. That's why you're so arrogant. However, that's because you've never met anyone stronger. For example, the battle between martial venerables. Space tremors and oceans flow at every turn. Another example is the battle between origin energy powerhouses. There are countless supernatural powers and dharma spells. Those powerhouses are stronger than everyone you've killed, including the god Shikigami from the Hidemoto clan. At this point, he took a deep breath in and said in a powerful voice, I forgot to tell you that apart from cultivating the sword, I'm also an ancient martial artist. 3 days ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the martial, venerable stage. At the same time, I had an epiphany on the sword Dao. Therefore, you're no match for me. Today, I'll use your blood to test my sword. He suddenly took a step forward, and a shocking sword intent spread out from his body. In an instant, sword intent filled the sky. Countless sword chi crisscrossed around him, causing the air around him to tremble. In everyone's eyes, Yagyu Ida seemed to have turned into a gigantic sword that kept spitting out sword gleams towards the world. The sword chi crisscrossed the world, shattering all the wind and snow. That was the sword Saint Yagyu Aida's sword Dao. As someone from the Yagyu family, which was a family of 3 generations of sword saints in Japan and the only sword saint in Japan, his sword Dao had already reached the acme of perfection. Boom! An incomparably dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Everyone, subconsciously, closed their eyes. When they looked again, they saw a sword gleam streak across the sky, cutting through the wind, snow, and air. It swept towards Yi Chen with an extremely sharp, killing aura. The sword had yet to arrive. The sword chi had already torn the wind and snow around Yi Chen apart. Facing his sword, Yi Chen did not move at all. There was no spiritual power flowing in his body at all. He merely glanced at the sword gleam that was coming at him. Just one glance. A golden flame suddenly lit up in his eyes. Following that, a golden pillar of light shot out from his eyes and directly faced Yagyu Aida's sword gleam. Bang! With an explosion, a huge ball of flames erupted in the air. When they looked again, Yagyu Aida's sword chi was directly shattered. Is this a divinity? Yagyu Aida's expression changed slightly when he saw that. The fear he had for Yi Chen increased again. Subsequently, he said while grinning coldly, "So what if you know a divinity? My sword has killed God Ascension cultivators before." At the next moment, he reached out and grabbed at the air. With a loud bang, he formed a sword with his chi. The sword flickered with silver light and was extremely sharp. A terrifying sword chi whistled out from it. "Mad Southerny, this is the 4 fast swords that I created myself." Yagyu Aida roared and slashed out once again. This was his true strength as a sword saint. He had no doubt that his sword could split any mountain in half. He believed that no matter how strong Yi Chen's physical body was, he would not dare to take it head-on. With that strike, the sword gleam expanded to over 30 meters. It charged at Yi Chen like a giant silver dragon. Yi Chen lifted his head. A shocking aura exploded from his body immediately. Eventually, he charged at the monstrous sword chi. What is he doing? Is he trying to take the sword saint's sword head-on? Damn, is he crazy? One must know that the power contained in the sword saint's sword is enough to split a river. He's not retreating, but advancing instead. Everyone on the ground cried out in shock, seeing Yi Chen's intention. They thought that Yi Chen had really gone mad. Chapter 615. At the next moment, Yi Chen seemed to have transformed into a god of war as he charged at the monstrous sword chi directly. He raised his right palm and charged at it. One palm held up the sky. The terrifying sword chi landed on his hand, but he remained motionless. He bent his fingers and clenched his palm into a fist. The sword chi was actually caught in his hand. Not only is he fine, he even caught the sword saint's sword chi with his bare hands. How is this possible? How can his hand be so powerful? Could it be made of diamond? No, even if it's made of diamond, it would shatter under the sword saint's sword. As expected of Mad Southerny from China. He's so terrifying. At that moment, there was an uproar on the ground. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They felt that the scene before them had completely shattered their understanding. There was actually someone who could borrow sword chi with his bare hands. Amazing, amazing! Luo Yao, who was initially planning to watch the show, could not help but nod. She praised without holding back. Yi Chen's move is amazing. Even in my family, no one can do that. If it were me, I would have shattered it at most, but I wouldn't be able to catch it. Tang, Jianfeng squinted as he sized Yi Chen up. Deep confusion flashed through his eyes. Why is this person's physical body so powerful? Could he have cultivated a body tempering method before? But where did the people of the secular world get a body tempering method? When he saw this, he felt that he could no longer see through Yi Chen. Yi Chen had truly shocked him. How is this possible? Yagyu Aida was extremely shocked. Even the Western Titan, who was the best at body tempering and had invincible physical bodies, would not dare to take his attack head-on, right? However, not only did Yi Chen do it, he even caught his sword chi. Is this your true ability? Yi Chen grabbed the sword chi with one hand and lifted his head to look at him. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his lips. If that's the case, then you've disappointed me. Bang! With a loud bang, The sword chi in his hand was forcefully crushed, turning into countless chaotic air currents that swept in all directions. Yagyu Shinjen took a step back in shock. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Yi Qin. His expression gradually turned grim. Everyone stared at the two of them, and the shock in their hearts did not diminish. Tang Jianfeng slowly said, "Yagyu Shinjen is going to show his true strength." Luo Yao, who was beside him, looked at Yagyu Shinjen in the sky and said thoughtfully, "Is this the Yagyu family's so-called killing god / and snow of the world?" "Not bad." Tang Jianfeng nodded slightly and said, "Rumor has it that the killing god / and snow of the world were created by the second sword saint of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Jibamitsu. It can be said to be the ultimate skill of the Yagyu family. After hundreds of years, it has been continuously perfected by countless outstanding descendants of the Yagyu family." At this point, he paused and said, "Before the killing god single chop was perfected, Yagyu Jubai once split a 10 feet wide ice lake with one chop. The blade, chi, lingered in the crevice for 3 days. The power isn't bad. It's comparable to the profound grade martial skills of Shang Santian." Luo Yao nodded repeatedly, but she looked indifferent. "Killing god / is already so powerful, let alone snow of the world, which is ranked higher than it." Tang Jianfeng looked at Yagyuida, only to see that Yagyuida had already closed his eyes. Someone noticed that something was amiss and exclaimed, "Look, the sword saint's aura has changed." Even if he did not remind them, everyone would have noticed something unusual. That was because Yagyuida was standing on the snowy peak, but no one could sense any aura from him. They could not even feel his breathing. It was as if he was an ice sculpture. At the same time, the snow in the sky was getting thicker and thicker. The most direct chain reaction was that the temperature of Mount Fuji began to drop rapidly. In the end, not only could ordinary people not stand it, even many powerhouses present shuddered. Cold, it was too cold. It was as if the depths of their souls were cold. The snow got heavier and heavier. In the end, it covered the sky and the earth, as if a pillow had been shattered and countless cotton balls were flying in the sky. The strangest thing was that the snow was all heading towards Yagyuida. Soon, Yagyuida seemed to have turned into a snowman. "Snow of the world." A solemn expression appeared on Tang Jianfeng's face as he enunciated word by word. I didn't expect him to not even use the killer god's first slash. Instead, he used the snow of the world. From this, it can be seen that Mad Southerny has given him quite a bit of pressure. As his voice fell, Yagyuida, who had been motionless earlier, suddenly moved. He suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. He said slowly, "Mad Southerny, I'll let you experience the true ultimate technique of my Yagyu family today. Snow, float, man, between." As soon as the word between was said, the snow and wind that filled the sky and the ice and snow on the ground trembled a few times. Then they all soared into the sky like cherry blossoms dancing in the air, turning into a huge river of snow and wind. At the next moment, the river of snow and wind kept flowing in all directions. In the end, it trapped Yi Chen inside. The snow and wind in the river were furious, like a river with raging waves. Yagyuida spat out another 4 words. 10. Li. Bing. Seal. At the same time, a crisp sound came from the ground. Everyone looked over and saw that the snowflakes on the ground had all condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. From afar, it looked like an ice river was surging towards the Sword Peak from the foot of the mountain. In the end, it formed 4 ice rivers. The ice rivers spread towards Yi Qin from all directions. Clearly, they wanted to trap Yi Qin. At that moment, the entire Mount Fuji seemed to be roaring, and even trembling. Seeing such a phenomenon, everyone was shocked. This is too terrifying. Is this still the power of a human? Some of the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Yagyuida in shock. Snow of the world, 10 miles of ice, as expected of the Yagyu family's ultimate technique. The ice was still spreading towards Ichin. Yagyu Aida's extremely proud voice resounded. Mad Southerny, this is the ultimate technique of my Yagyu family, snow of the world. The place where the snow and wind will be your burial ground. At this moment, he wanted to roar into the sky. There was originally only one style of snow of the world, but after countless generations of the Yagyu family merged it, 10 miles of ice was added. Yagyu Aida has even used snow of the world. Mad Southerny is at his wits' end now, right? The outcome has been decided. What a pity. We're about to witness the end of a legend. At that moment, many people on the ground shook their heads secretly. They looked at Yi Chen with pity in their eyes. Dad, what about Mr. Yi? Chen Shui gripped the corner of Chen Lu's shirt subconsciously. Chen Lu and the other Chinese masters looked at each other. They could see a hint of worry and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Is China really going to lose? Chen Lu closed his eyes slightly in despair. At that moment, a calm voice was heard. Yagyu Aida, aren't you celebrating too early? P.S. Chapter 2. I went on a long trip today and came back late. I'm exhausted, so there are only 2 updates. I'll resume tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 6:16. On the boundless snowy mountain. As Sword Saint Yagyu Aida used the ultimate technique of the Yagyu family. Snow of the world and 10 miles of ice seal. The wind and snow on Mount Fuji were all under his control. The wind and snow roared and the ground shook. While countless people were shocked, they subconsciously thought that Yi Chen was at his wits' end. However, a calm voice came from above. Yagyu Aida, aren't you celebrating too early? Meanwhile, that sentence made everyone look at Yi Chen. They were shocked. He can deal with the Sword Saint Snow of the world? How is that possible? Countless people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Sword Saint Yagyu's move was too powerful. It was so powerful that even many world-class giants had to retreat. Tang Jianfeng squinted and looked at Yi Chen fixedly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. I'm curious how he's going to deal with it. It's difficult. For the first time, Luo Yao's face revealed a serious expression as she said, Yagyu Aida has long comprehended sword intent. With his sword intent and the Yagyu family's snow of the world, it can be said that as long as Yi Chen is on Mount Fuji, he'll be within his attack range. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and said hesitantly, Actually, it's not difficult to break Yagyu Aida's snow of the world. If it's combined with my family's absolute flame palm and the true energy in my body, I can melt all the wind and snow. Yagyu Aida's snow of the world will naturally collapse on its own. However, Yi Chen is a person from the secular world. He wouldn't have a fire-type cultivation method like Shang Santian's absolute flame palm. She shook her head slightly and looked up at Tang Jianfeng, prepared to save him. This farce should end. Our Luo family needs to intimidate everyone when we enter the world. It's not good to attack the Chinese, but there's a good candidate right now. Tang Jianfeng nodded secretly. He was prepared to attack if Yi Chen could not do it. Yagyu Aida smiled proudly in the face of Yi Chen's confidence. Mad Southerny, you can only say that after you survive my snow of the world. Suppress him. His clothes fluttered like a mountain god of this snowy mountain. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of earth-shattering thuds were heard. The snowstorm in the sky and the layer of ice on the ground charged at Yi Chen at the same time. The commotion was like a snowy mountain collapsing and the heavenly river flowing backward. It completely sealed off Yi Chen's escape route. Waves of chills assaulted him. The onlookers could not help but retreat at the same time. They looked at Yi Chen, who was trapped in the middle of the storm, in shock. Their eyes could not stop flickering. Ever since his debut, he had won every battle he fought and never tasted defeat. Was the undefeatable Mad Southern finally going to lose? The legend would end in Japan. Would Yagyu Ida step on Mad Southerny and become an undefeated legend? Snow in the mortal realm. Facing the storm coming from all directions, Yi Qin had no fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a hint of disdain. How can a tiny place be called the human world? Watch how I break your insignificant tricks today. Yi Qin opened his 5 fingers slowly after saying that. 2 golden flames were faintly discernible in his eyes. I can burn the sky with a single glance. Golden fire wheel. He suddenly took a step forward, and a wisp of flame spread out from his eyes. At first, it was only a wisp, but the moment the flame appeared, it seemed to have received some nourishment. In an instant, it was like a prairie fire that swept out. The air and snow around him were all set ablaze, like a world of flames. In an instant, it was a sea of fire, and the flames burned the sky. This! At that moment, everyone's gazes froze. They no longer saw the person beside them. There was only a sea of fire that covered the sky and covered the earth. Yagyu Aida's expression changed drastically, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a sun hung above Yi Chen's head. There was a sun hanging above Yi Chen's head that was engulfed in flames. With him as the center, the sun was radiating heat in all directions, crazily engulfing everything. Golden fire wheel. It was a divinity derived from his golden pupil flame. It could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. There was nothing it could not devour, let alone Yagyu Aida's snow in the mortal realm. Therefore, as soon as the golden fire wheel appeared, the few snowy rivers and frozen soil that were charging at Yi Qin since the beginning boiled at the same time. Subsequently, they were evaporated. If one took a closer look, they would realize that all the snow and ice under Yi Chen's feet were melting crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large layer of black soil. At the same time, heat waves swept out in all directions, as if they wanted to evaporate the entire world. Oh no! The expressions of the people on the ground changed, and they immediately retreated more than 30 meters away. Even so, many people who could not retreat in time had their faces turn purple, as if they had been cooked by boiling water. What a powerful heat! Tang Jianfeng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Luo Yao and retreated. The most tragic one was Yagyu Ida. That was because his eyebrows and hair were completely scorched. Dead silence. The world was dead silent. At that moment, no one made a sound. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the towering figure in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a god of fire that had descended to the world. They were shocked. From the beginning, it was Yagyu Ida who attacked, while Yi Qin took the attacks passively. Therefore, everyone looked down on him subconsciously. However, Yi Qin brought such a terrifying power and seen the moment he attacked. He broke Yagyu Aida's strongest attack the moment he attacked. Was this the true strength of the China #1, Mad Southerny? Everyone's hearts were trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yagyu Aida's hair was charred black. He looked at Yi Qin with trembling eyes. Firstly, he was shocked that Yi Qin broke his snow in the mortal realm. Secondly, he was shocked that Yi Qin could unleash such a heaven-defying divinity. Yi Qin stood proudly in the sea of fire. As his pupils flickered, the flames on his body slowly dissipated. In the end, the flames that filled the sky dissipated as if they had returned to his body. In your eyes, the snow in the mortal realm is the ultimate technique of the world, but in my eyes it's nothing. From the beginning until the end, he stood there steadily, as if the divinity from before was just something he had casually done. Yagyu Ida fell silent, and his expression could not calm down for a long time. At that moment, he finally realized that the young man opposite him was not as powerful as the rumor said. In fact, he was even more powerful. He admitted that he had underestimated him from the beginning. You've already used your strongest move, haven't you? It's my turn now. As soon as Yi Chen said that, the almighty killer's sword appeared in his hand. An extremely cold voice was heard. "Since you're called the Japanese Sword Saint, I'll use your strongest sword to kill you today." Chapter 617. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. At that moment, everyone felt the hair on their bodies stand on end. Sword chi filled the sky. Terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire Mount Fuji. Even the snowstorm that was falling from the sky began to boil under the sword chi that filled the sky. The snowstorm roared as if it could not bear the weight. Heaven and earth resonated. In the next moment, Yi Chen appeared before Yaguaida while holding his sword lightly. Thousands of sword chi radiated from his body, as if tens of thousands of swords had turned into a giant umbrella behind him. "Have a taste of my sword." A sword gleam tore through the sky like lightning, illuminating the day abnormally dazzling. Following an intense piercing sound, a shocking sword chi slashed at Yaguaida's head. Everyone on the ground froze. They knew that the situation of the battle had changed drastically after Yi Chen broke through Yaguaida's snow of the world. For example, if Yi Chen was defending passively while Yaguaida was attacking continuously, it was now Yi Chen attacking while Yaguaida was forced to defend. Yaguaida sensed it almost at that moment. His expression changed at first, but he was the Japanese sword saint after all. He calmly unleashed all the sword intent on his body. Invisible sword intent enveloped his surroundings, and then a terrifying sword chi storm appeared with him as the center. All the air in the center of the storm was torn apart, and there was a faint sound of breaking. When Yi Chen's sword chi slashed over, it paused for a moment. Subsequently, it was torn apart by the sword chi storm. Yaguaida took a quick step forward and released the sword chi storm. He wanted to regain the initiative and suppress Yi Chen. As he took a step forward, the sword chi storm around him became even more terrifying. Meanwhile, sword chi kept charging at Yi Chen behind him as if they wanted to drown Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen moved. The almighty killer sword in his hand left his hand and charged at Yaguaida's sword chi storm. It was surprisingly fast, like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. Bang! With a loud noise, the almighty killer sword shattered Yaguaida's sword chi storm on the spot. The sword's momentum did not decrease as it slashed towards Yaguaida's arm. Yaguaida's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he barely dodged the almighty killer sword. Even so, his sleeve was cut open by the almighty killer sword. Blood dripped from it, and his bones could be seen. Hua! Seeing this scene, there was an uproar on the ground. The sword saint was injured. Since the start of the battle, the sword saint was the first to be injured. Killing God's first slash. Yaguaida could not be bothered with his wound. Instead, he took a deep breath and condensed a sword beam that was over 100 feet long at lightning speed. At that moment, the sword gleam crossed dozens of meters like a waterfall and slashed at Yi Chen at lightning speed. One sword strike. A terrifying force pressed down on the surrounding space. The air was completely torn apart, and behind the sword light, a scarlet illusory figure with a mask on his face suddenly appeared. He slashed at Yi Chen with the sword gleam in his hand as if he wanted to shatter the world and kill Yi Chen with one strike. At the same time, an extremely violent and bloody aura emanated from the black illusory figure and spread in all directions. It was the killing god's first slash. It was as if a peerless killing god had slashed out with his sword, wanting to reap countless lives. Perfect timing. Yi Chen laughed out loud and swung his sword again. Boom! With a deafening boom, countless streams of sword chi dispersed violently in all directions. Yaguaida spat a mouthful of blood and took over 10 steps back. The shock on his face could not be hidden. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took 5 steps back consecutively. His hand that was holding the almighty killer's sword was trembling slightly. He had to admit it. Yagyu Aida's killing god's first slash was very powerful, especially the sword intent contained within it. If not for the strength of his physical body, he would not have dared to take it head-on. Again, Yi Qin let out a long roar and the air shook. The almighty killer's sword in his hand seemed to have sensed his state of mind. Its entire body shone with a dazzling light. Sword Qi whistled endlessly on it, sweeping across a radius of 3,000 meters. Wild sword from the west. As soon as he finished speaking, the monstrous sword Qi finally condensed into a sword in front of him. The sword gleam expanded by hundreds of meters and slashed at Yagyu Aida with a terrifying sword intent. Yagyu Aida was immediately on guard. He immediately condensed 8 sword gleams in front of him. As the sword gleams split, they protected him tightly. Bang! The sword slashed over, and the 8 sword gleams in front of him instantly shattered. He was sent flying heavily, and he spat a line of blood from his mouth. The sword gleam did not slow down. Countless cherry trees were cut in half, and the cherry blossoms danced in the wind. Cold sword light overturns the world. Another sword gleam slashed over. Yagyu Aida forcefully suppressed the surging vital energy and blood in his body and roared as he slashed out. Killing God's first slash! Bang! He was sent flying more than 10 meters back again. Thunder shatters 5 mountains. Yi Qin became more and more courageous as he fought. He did not give him a chance to catch his breath. Frost and snow fill all directions. Raging flames shake 9 provinces. As Yi Qin slashed again and again, Yagyu Aida did not dare to take it head-on this time. Instead, he retreated as he fought. The two of them fought from the peak of the snow mountain to the foot of the snow mountain. Wherever he passed, sword Qi whistled and the air shook. Countless cherry trees were cut down by Yi Qin's sword Qi. At that moment, Yi Qin, he was like an immortal descending, like a god descending. He approached step by step. Wherever he passed, the snow mountain collapsed. He slashed with his sword, and Yagyu Aida spat blood repeatedly. He was riddled with wounds, and he could not retaliate at all. He could only flee like a rat. Too powerful. He was simply too powerful. Everyone followed him from the peak of the snow mountain to the foot of the snow mountain, watching everything in a daze. Their expressions had already stiffened, and only their surging emotions showed their current emotions. Everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the pathetic sword Saint Yagyu Aida, the Japanese cultivators' hearts trembled. Their faces were ashen, as if their faith had collapsed. This was the most powerful person in Japan, the person whom all of them had placed their hopes on. They knew the battle that represented the pinnacle between Japan and China had come to an end. At the same time, they were filled with despair. Even someone as powerful as the Sword Saint was no match for Mad Southern Yi. Who else in Japan could punish Mad Southern Yi? Many powerhouses from the Western countries looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. However, there was more killing intent. Killing intent toward Yi Qin. Once Yagyu Aida was defeated, it meant that no one in the East would be Mad Southern Yi's match. After Mad Southern Yi dominated the East, if he were to touch the West, why not wait until both of them were injured? Thinking to this point, the experts from the United States, North Korea, and Great Britain nodded at each other and reached an agreement in that instant. Just as they were about to attack, Yagyu Aida roared. Yagyu Aida roared, "Shitendaji, how long are the three of you going to watch the show?" Chapter 6:18. Shitendaji, when are the three of you going to stop watching the show? Yagyu Aida almost spat blood as he roared. At that moment, he was extremely furious. At the end of the day, the battle between him and Yi Qin was triggered by the 3 yin-yang master clans. In the beginning, they agreed that he would test Yi Qin's ability, and the giants behind the 3 yin-yang master clans would attack. In the end, Not only was he defeated by Yi Chen, but the three giants were still watching from the sidelines. It was as if they wanted to watch Yi Chen kill him. As his voice fell, a strange gleam flashed across the eyes of some of the people present. They seemed to have thought of something. Could it be? At that moment, countless people widened their eyes and looked around, trying to see who Yagyuida was talking to. Yagyuida was already so powerful. If he really had helpers, it would be difficult for Mad Southern Yi to walk out of Japan alive, even if he won. Yagyuida was already so powerful. If he really had a helper, it would be difficult for Mad Southern Yi to leave Japan alive, even if he won. Yagyuida was already so powerful. If he really had helpers, it would be difficult for Mad Southern Yi to walk out of Japan alive, even if he won. At that moment, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Darkness, boundless darkness, attacked from afar, like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open, crazily devouring the light. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, and day and night were reversed. Everyone felt their vision turn black. An entire world darkened. It was clearly a sunny day earlier, but it turned into night in the blink of an eye. Darkness enveloped the entire Mount Fuji. Only the sky above the Sword Peak still had half a crescent moon shining on the ground. Yes, the sky above everyone's heads was filled with blood-colored clouds. Every cloud was filled with a heavy, rust-like aura of blood. Strange, everything was strange. What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Is this a solar eclipse? Could it be the end of the world? Let's go, let's go. It's so scary. Countless people were shocked by the sudden phenomenon. For a moment, the scene was filled with cries, screams, crowds, and even cries. Only a portion of people maintained their rationality and turned on the flashlights on their phones. Only then did the night not become so dark, and the endless darkness did not make everyone trample on each other. Ha ha ha! A series of strange and ear-piercing laughter rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, countless glowing figures appeared in the surroundings. There were men and women among them. Their figures were illusory, and all of them floated in the air. Their expressions were ferocious and resentful, and they emitted a sinister aura. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed together, causing one's scalp to go numb. Ghost, ghost! Get lost, don't come near me. Save me, save me! The crowd, which had finally quietened down, once again burst into an uproar. Countless people looked at the ghosts around them in horror, and their bodies trembled in fear. Fortunately, these ghosts did not rush forward. Instead, they kept a certain distance from everyone and stopped moving. It was as if they were protecting them. At that moment, Chiba Yoshiko, who was in the crowd, walked to Yi Chen quickly. She said in a trembling voice, while looking extremely terrified, "And Master, they're here! The 3 Onmyoji clans have made their move. These ghosts were released by them. If I'm not mistaken, the phenomenon in the sky was created by the Kumo family's Shikigami, Tengu." A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that. His divine consciousness covered a radius of over 10 kilometers, and he could clearly sense that the phenomenon before him only covered Mount Fuji. Meanwhile, it was still sunny outside of Mount Fuji. Clearly, the ghosts behind the Onmyoji clans had used their divinity to change the weather. Otherwise, these demons would not have been able to appear under such a clear sky. As soon as Chiba Yoshiko finished speaking, a sinister laughter rang out in everyone's ears, as expected of someone from the Chiba clan. "You actually know us so well." The voice was very ethereal, and it was hard to tell if it was male or female. However, as soon as it appeared, everyone could not help but have goosebumps. The next moment, a short boy suddenly appeared in the air. The boy's head was extremely large, but his face was extremely handsome. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, revealing his extremely long and slender fingers that were like jade bamboo shoots. His charming eyes that looked at Chiba Yoshiko flickered with a sinister and terrifying cold gleam. "You're still a virgin? Your flesh and blood can go with wine." "Master, It's Shitendaji. Chiba Yoshiko hid behind Yi-chin in fear. Her body could not stop trembling, and the decibel of her voice suddenly increased by dozens of times as if she had encountered some terrifying existence. Shitendaji, one of the 3 great Japanese demons. He was active during the peaceful period in Japan. Because he was addicted to alcohol and had a handsome young man's face, he was called Shitendaji. Rumor had it that Shitendaji liked to seduce young girls, and they were all virgins. After seducing them, he would cut off their heads and drink with them. Therefore, he was also known as the Virgin Killer. On the other hand, the Japanese also revealed expressions of shock. After all, Shitendaji was a legend in Japan. They did not expect to see him with their own eyes. One must know that he had existed since the peaceful period in Japan. It was equivalent to having existed for more than 1,000 years. Shitendaji only glanced at Chiba Yoshiko before looking at Yi-chin. The China no. 1. Mad Southerny, you've really surprised us. After all, in the eyes of demons and gods that had lived for thousands of years, Chiba Yoshiko and the rest were at most food. They were not worthy of their attention. Only Yi-chin was worthy of their attention. Subsequently, a blood-colored cloud floated over. It carried an extremely dense stench of blood and dissipated with the cloud. A long blade was revealed. The long blade was evil and demonic, and it was covered in blood. There was a blood-colored eye on the hilt. The eye suddenly opened and stared at Yi-chin. It was filled with bloodthirst. An old voice was heard. Arrogant, what an exciting day. I can't believe there are so many people here. It's the demon blade, Muramasa. It actually gave birth to a demon spirit. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock. His voice was filled with shock, causing everyone's expressions to change. Yi-chin squinted as surprise flashed across his face. He had heard of the demon blade, Muramasa, before. It was said that during the Edo period in Japan, there was a family of swordsmiths. They had been forging swords for 3 generations, and they would even engrave the word Muramasa on the blade. In the beginning, this sword was not called the demon blade. It all originated from the family matter of Tokugawa Ieyasu. Chapter 619. Secondly, Tokugawa Ieyasu's father was assassinated by his retainer with the Muramasa blade. Then, Tokugawa Ieyasu cut his finger when he was young, and his wife was killed when he grew up. He was ambushed by someone who threw the Muramasa blade when he went out to fight. It was said that it was the same Muramasa blade. The Muramasa blade was like a curse to the Tokugawa family, causing 4 generations of the family to die because of it. Therefore, after the Tokugawa family unified Japan, they treated the Muramasa blade as a demon blade and ordered the world to destroy it. That was the origin of the demon blade, Muramasa. After that, in order to commemorate Tokugawa Ieyasu and the hard-won world, the Tokugawa family kept the Muramasa blade that caused 4 generations of Tokugawa Ieyasu to bleed in the museum. Unexpectedly, the Muramasa blade disappeared overnight. The museum's glass cabinet showed no signs of damage, and the surveillance cameras showed no signs of burglary. The strange disappearance of the blade became an unsolved mystery. Who would have thought that it would suddenly appear now? That was why some of the Japanese present were so excited. In reality, even without the demon blade, Muramasa's reputation, just the blade that stood in the air and had eyes was enough to send chills down their spines. The demon blade, Muramasa, traversed the air and stared at Yi-chan with its blood-red eyes. Mad Southerny, I heard that your body is invincible. I wonder if I can kill you. At that moment, a laugh came from the air. Muramasa, you should know that even the sword saint's sword can't kill him. Why would he be afraid of you? Unless I'm included. At the next moment, a huge monster stepped out of the air. It had a bright red face and a long, sharp nose. It looked like a gibbon. It wore a monk's robe and high-toothed wooden clogs. It held a feather fan and a mallet. It was very tall, more than 5 meters tall. The Kuzukabe family's demon god, Heavenly Crow Dog. Chiba Yoshiko was in despair. There were a total of 4 gods behind the 4 yin-yang master clans in Japan. Each of them possessed great divinity, apart from the monkey that Yi Chen had subdued. Shitendaji, Demon Blade Muramasa, and Heavenly Crow Dog were left. Now, the 3 of them were here together. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the 3 strange figures in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. One had to know that any one of them could kill Sword Saint Yaguaida. He did not expect the 3 gods to gather just to deal with mad Southern Yi. Things are getting out of hand. Luo Yao, who was in the crowd, had a grim expression on her face. She could feel the mighty power coming from the 3 gods. Even she was shocked by this power. Tang Jianfeng shook his head slightly. It seems like we've underestimated the Japanese's foundation. He had originally thought that the Sword Saint Yaguaida was the most powerful existence in Japan. He did not expect that there would be such shocking 3 demons and demons behind him. Luo Yao took a deep breath in and turned to look at him. There was a hint of seriousness on her face. Can you and Mad Southern Yi defeat them together? If I, E, and E said, yep. E, more, and E. Qin Shui, who was in the crowd, said in a trembling voice, Dad, what should we do now? She had never seen such a side to this world. Qin Lu closed his eyes and said with a bitter smile, The real powerhouses of China are not here yet. We can only rely on Mr. Yi now. He knew his own strength very well. Although he was a martial Tao master and could deal with ordinary masters, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against the 3 gods. Yaguaida's sword alone was too much for them to handle, let alone the 3 gods. Lu Chongkong from Wudong sect shook his head slightly. It's a pity that my master hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, he might be able to do something. That's right. Only the Wudong Grandmaster, seniorly, can fight against such an existence. The other Chinese powerhouses nodded one after another, and their hearts sank. After hearing these words, Chiba Yoshiko's face gradually turned pale. She did not dare to imagine the consequences of Yi Chen's death at the same time. Seeing the 3 gods appear at the same time, the Sword Saint Yaguaida, who was already in despair, leaped into the air and snorted, You guys came just in time. He had almost died under Yi Chen's sword. Heavenly Hound needs to use his divinity to change the weather here. Otherwise, we won't be able to descend. Shitendaji smiled wickedly. Crow, Heavenly Hound waved the feather fan in his hand and lifted his head to look at Yi Chen. There was a playful smile on his face. The China #1, Mad Southern Yi. You never dreamed that your real opponent would be us, did you? Yi Chen's expression remained the same as he faced the 3 arrogant gazes. He did not change at all. With his hands behind his back, a hint of a smile appeared in his arrogant eyes. I was just about to look for you guys. Now that you guys have come to me, it couldn't be better. I'll deal with you all at once. Mad Southern Yi, you're too arrogant. Shitendaji took a step forward and sneered. Do you really think that you have the power to fight us just because you defeated Yaguaida? That's right. Don't forget that you're alone, and there are 3 of us. In addition to Yaguaida, you'll definitely die today. One of Demon Blade Muramasa's eyes could not stop twitching in excitement. Crow Heavenly Hound chuckled. Mad Southern Yi, you and we were originally minding our own business. If you continued to be the #1 person in China, we would still be able to live in harmony. However, you shouldn't have killed your way into Japan. Not only did you destroy the Hitamoto clan, you even killed the Soul Eater. Although the Soul Eater has been scheming to devour us, we're all gods. Now that it's dead, how can we not feel sad? At this point, the smile on his face suddenly turned cold. So, today is the day you die. However, don't worry, we'll keep your body. We'll let the so-called China #1 become our puppet. I think China will be very happy when that happens. I thought the Japanese's so-called gods were powerful. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. He seemed to be disdainful. It seems like you're just 3 little demons and ghosts. How dare you 3 pieces of trash talk to me? As he spoke, he took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Today I'll kill all of you. I'll break through Mount Fuji and destroy your so-called *T myth. 3 pieces of trash. Get over here and accept your death. P.S. This is the 2nd chapter. The previous chapter was blocked as soon as it was published. I had no choice but to merge the contents of the 1st and 2nd chapters into one chapter. There's another chapter later. I'm writing it. End of this chapter." Chapter 620. They heard Yi Chen calling the 3 of them trash. B*****. Shitendaji and the other 2's faces turned ashen when they heard that. Their eyes were filled with intense killing intent and rage. The 3 of them were regarded as gods in Japan. They had always been high and mighty, so when had they ever been belittled like this? Attack! Kill him together! Tengu took a step forward, and his aura soared into the sky. Kill him! 3 loud shouts were heard. Sword Saint Yagyu, Shitendaji, and Demon Blade Muramasa attacked together. At that moment, for extremely terrifying pressures enveloped Yi Chen. In the face of such pressure, everyone on the ground groaned in unison. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated dozens of meters away. They looked at the 5 figures in the sky again with shock in their eyes. Just the pressure that they emitted was enough to severely injure them. Do you really think there's no one in China who can bully you with numbers? Luo Yao harumphed coldly. She no longer had her playful image from before as she looked at Tang Jianfeng. Are you going to attack, or should I? Just as Tang Jianfeng was about to speak, he suddenly looked at the foot of the snowy mountain behind him. Shitendaji and the rest who were in the sky also stopped and looked over. There were 2 terrifying auras rushing towards them at high speed. At the next moment, 2 incomparably majestic figures walked through the air. One of them was spewing crimson flames, just like the fire god Prometheus in ancient Greek mythology. The moment he appeared, the temperature of the world suddenly rose. The other person was more than 6 meters tall. He had a piece of beast skin tied around his waist to cover his private parts, and the rest of his body was exposed to the air. From afar, he looked like a giant. Just the pressure from their bodies made everyone want to kneel on the ground. It's Fire Emperor and Titan. They're here too. How is this possible? I didn't expect this battle to alarm them as well. There was an uproar on the ground. Someone revealed the identities of the 2 people in shock, causing the expressions of countless people to change. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these 2 names were like thunder, piercing their ears. A world-class giant. They were ranked in the top 10 on the world ranking. Members of the International Tribunal. Most importantly, they were members of the International Tribunal. The International Tribunal, for all ordinary people and even cultivators. These 5 words were a terrifying existence that they had never heard of. In order to restrain the world's world-class giants, the powerhouses of the various countries unanimously established the International Tribunal and set down clear rules. Once an expert overstepped the rules and regulations, he would be punished by the experts of the other countries. What followed would be a devastating blow. For so many years, the seats of the International Tribunal were almost monopolized by the Western countries, while none of the Eastern countries had a seat. Never. Even China and Japan were no exceptions. Experts. Both of them are experts. Tang Jianfeng's expression changed slightly as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Yao's expression gradually turned grim. I didn't expect there to be such a powerhouse in the world apart from Shang Santian. Looks like Shang Santian still doesn't know enough about the outside world. They initially thought that it was already heaven-defying to have 1 or 2 mad Southern Yi in the secular world. Never did they expect that there would be two powerhouses who were on par with Yi Qin now. As the two of them appeared, the expressions of Shitendaji and the rest changed slightly. Deep fear flashed through their eyes. Yagyu Ida took a few steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "May I know why the two of you suddenly visited Japan?" Fire Emperor and Titan crossed the sky and looked down on everything. How could the International Tribunal not notice such a huge incident in Japan? Fire Emperor dispersed the flames on his body, revealing an extremely skinny old man. The old man's gaze was extremely sharp as he looked down at the ground. Finally, he said slowly, "What exactly happened? All of you, tell me quickly." Yagyu Ida slowly told him about Yi Qin killing his way into Japan, severely injuring the Chiba family, then killing his way into the Hitamoto clan and destroying the Yamaguchi-gumi. Fire Emperor's eyes flickered nonstop. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Yi Qin. His aura was oppressive. "You're the China #1 mad southernie? Is what Yagyu Ida said true? So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he looked at him. Fire Emperor frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. On the other hand, Titan, who was next to him, shrunk his body and turned into a normal person. He looked at Yi Chen and said with a cold smile, "You're indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. You don't know fear. Are the two of you here today to stop me from killing these 4 pieces of trash?" Yi Chen's attitude was cold as he said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Shitendaji was furious when he heard that. "Stop you?" Titan sneered. "Mad southernie. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the ruler of China. You're not worthy of the International Tribunal's intervention. The two of us are here today in accordance with the rules of the International Tribunal to understand the grudge between you and Yi Qin." He glanced at Yi Qin in the end and said, "I asked you earlier if what Yagyu Ida said was true. Your answer was ambiguous, so it's considered that you started the trouble." At this point, his expression suddenly became dignified. "In order to prevent the matter from escalating, the two of us represent the International Tribunal and allow both of you to fight. However, no powerhouses from both sides are allowed to interfere. Otherwise, both of us will kill you." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Fire Emperor's meaning was obvious. He approved of this unfair battle. It was equivalent to saying that the situation had been biased from the beginning, and it was on the Japanese side. Saying that it was fair was just a bluff. Yagyu Ida and Shitendaji were stunned at first, but they soon revealed joy on their faces. They said in unison, "We accept." "Mad southernie, are you willing to accept?" Titan looked at Yi Chen with an undeniable gaze. Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, a cold snort suddenly came from the crowd. "China isn't willing." Fire Emperor and Titan's expressions turned grim. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw the crowd on the left retreating, revealing 2 figures. It was Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng. Facing everyone's gaze, Luo Yao was not afraid at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "There's only one mad southernie in China, and there are 4 Japanese. Anyone who understands knows that this is an unfair battle. Who are you?" Fire Emperor secretly released a trace of pressure at Luo Yao. However, he was surprised to find that Luo Yao was not affected by the pressure at all. Luo Yao revealed a harmless smile. "My mother said that girls have to learn to protect themselves when they're outside. They can't reveal their identity and name to strangers, especially bad people like you. What are you going to do then?" A gleam flashed across Fire Emperor's eyes. "Although I don't know what the International Tribunal is, I'm sure it's an organization that maintains world peace." Luo Yao smacked her lips and pointed at Tang Jianfeng beside her. "Since it's to maintain world peace, I'm sure it respects fairness and justice. This guy beside me is quite strong. Why don't we let him join the battle and fight mad Southern Yi 2 against 4? Strong?" Tang Jianfeng looked helpless when he heard that. However, he still took a step forward and scratched his head. He mimicked Luo Yao and revealed a harmless expression. I'm Tang Jianfeng from China. I'm willing to help Mad Southern Yi so that people won't say that there's no one capable in China. Fire Emperor and Titan looked at each other. Seeing that Tang Jianfeng was alone, they were no match for Yaguaida and the other three, even if they worked together with Yi Qin. Just as they were about to agree, they heard an extremely anxious voice in their ears. Don't agree to him. Don't agree to him. When they looked again, they saw Yaguaida looking at Tang Jianfeng with fear on his face. He was jumping and jumping excitedly. This person is a ruthless person who pretends to be weak. I was defeated by him with a branch earlier. Chapter 6:21. This person is a stubborn person who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. I was defeated by him with a tree branch earlier. Yaguaida's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it reached everyone's ears without missing a single word. For a moment, the entire place fell into dead silence. Countless gazes looked at Tang Jianfeng. Some were doubtful, some were shocked, and most of them were in disbelief. Such a young man had defeated Sword Saint Yaguaida, and he had used a tree branch. Even Shitendaji and the other two were no exception. If those words had not come from Yaguaida's mouth, they would not have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. One had to know that Yaguaida's strength was on par with any of the three of them. Yi Qin lifted his eyes and took a good look at Tang Jianfeng. He did not expect this person to challenge Yaguaida alone before he fought him. Fire Emperor and Titan looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Impudent! Fire Emperor suddenly shouted coldly and looked down at Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng. This is a personal grudge between Mad Southern Yi Yaguaida and the Japanese. How can you interfere? Luo Yao's pretty face turned cold. Just when she was about to flare up, Yi Qin suddenly said, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need your help with these 4 pieces of trash. At this point, he suddenly looked at Fire Emperor and raised his eyes. His gaze was incomparably cold. The 2 of you can come at me together. I don't mind killing 2 more world-class giants to liven things up. Mad Southern Yi, do you really think you're invincible? Don't think that just because you're the ruler of China, you can look down on us. Titan shouted, his gaze incomparably cold. Noisy! An extremely cold snort was heard. A figure took a step forward and appeared in front of Titan in the blink of an eye. A terrifying force swept in all directions in the air. Boom! Following a loud sound that sounded like a thunderclap, the space around Titan immediately surged with extremely violent energy fluctuations. A muffled groan was heard. When he looked again, he saw Titan take a few steps back. A trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The entire place was dead silent, deathly silent. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Qin, who was standing where the Titan was in shock. The shock on their faces could not be erased. One strike. Mad Southern Yi injured the world-class giant Titan, who was known to have an invincible body, with a single strike. The Titan did not even have time to react during the entire process. Even Tang Jianfeng and Luo Yao did not expect Yi Qin to attack suddenly. I, Yi Qin, have never needed outsiders to tell me what to do. If the 2 of you are unhappy with me, you can come at me together. Why do you have to play these sneaky tricks? Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face. Even if there are 200 or 2,000 of you, I'm not afraid, let alone the 2 of you. So fast. Fire Emperor's eyelids twitched. His evaluation of Yi Qin's ability and fear rose to another level. Yaguaida, kill him. A fierce roar came from Titan's mouth. He was obviously enraged. This was because he hadn't been injured in nearly 100 years. And it was by an Eastern monkey in front of so many people. Attack! Yaguaida shouted. A shocking sword chi erupted from his hand all of a sudden. It pierced through the night and slashed at Yi Qin first. Kill him. We can't let him leave Japan alive today. At that moment, the 3 Japanese demons, Shitendaji, Demon Blade, Mirror Mesa, and Heavenly Crow Dog, attacked at the same time. Boom! For powerful auras burst forth from the 4 of them at the same time, crushing the air around them into a vacuum. The air trembled as if it could not bear the weight. At that moment, everyone retreated 500 meters away and stared at the battle in the sky. There was only shock in their eyes. The Sword Saint and the 3 gods could unleash such power when they joined forces. Even Fire Emperor and Titan had a solemn look in their eyes. They were well aware of how terrifying the combined strength of the Sword Saint and the other 3 was. If any of them were in their place, they would also have to retreat. Not to mention Mad Southern Yi. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Fire Emperor's lips. Mad Southern Yi must die today. It can be considered as getting rid of a great threat for the West and the East. The International Tribunal represented the top power in the world. It was enough to destroy any country, and the seats had been occupied by the powerhouses of the Western countries for all these years. If Yi Qin killed Sword Saint Yagyu, no one in the East would be able to threaten him anymore. That was not what the Western countries wanted to see. Get ready to attack. Luo Yao's pretty face was solemn. Help Mad Southern Yi kill Shitendaji and the other 3 later. As for Fire Emperor and Titan, leave them to me. Are you going to use the magic tool that Uncle gave you? Tang Jianfeng's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and sighed. That's the protective magic tool that Uncle gave you. You only have 3 chances, and you can't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Are you going to do this for Mad Southern Yi? I'm not just doing this for Mad Southern Yi. Luo Yao's beautiful eyes were cold. Father said that whether it's Shang Santian or the secular world, we're all Chinese. I'm just doing my part for China. Kill. Under the violent energy fluctuations, the eyes of Sword Saint Yagyu and the other 3 were as ruthless as ferocious beasts. As the 4 of them roared, they charged out at the same time. They charged at Yi Qin in a semi-encirclement. Divine consciousness materialization. Yi Qin did not panic at all when he saw that. He unleashed all his divine consciousness from his mudball palace. Buzz! The air trembled slightly, and an invisible energy wave condensed around him like a huge net. Condense! A soft shout was heard. Yi Qin controlled the divine consciousness around him to compress it crazily. Buzz! Buzz! When the divine sense around him was compressed to the extreme, it boiled like a ball of molten iron. In an instant, it formed a golden long saber in a wonderful state. This saber was formed by the fusion of divine sense. At first glance, it gave off an extremely mysterious feeling, as if it could split the world in half with a single slash. Divine consciousness materialization. This was a common method used by cultivators. They transformed the divine sense or spiritual power into a weapon, which was specifically targeted at the soul. However, the requirement for the caster's divine sense power was extremely high. Even though Yi Qin was on foundation building now, it was a little difficult for him to perform it quickly. Fortunately, he succeeded. With the appearance of the golden long saber, the expressions of the 3 gods who were charging at Yi Qin changed at the same time. They felt a bone-piercing chill coming from the depths of their souls. They were demons, ghosts, and immortals. They were souls, and without the shackles of a physical body, they seemed to be more at ease. Secular weapons could only cut them in half, but they could reform again. However, he had to change it to a saber that targeted souls. But it was their nemesis. Chapter 6, 22. Oh no, retreat! Shitendaji and the other 2 stopped in their tracks. At that moment, the 3 of them were shocked. They were shocked by how Yi Qin possessed such terrifying mental power. Only Yagyu Ida, the living person, was unaffected. He slashed at Yi Qin fearlessly with the sword qi that filled the sky. Humph! Yi Chen scoffed and threw a punch with the power of his physical body. He shattered the sword gleam that was slashing at him on the spot. The force of the punch did not decrease at all. Trash, get lost! Boom! Yagyu-Ida spat blood repeatedly as he was sent flying. A long line of blood appeared in the air, and countless cracks appeared on his body. The spectators were shocked on the spot. With a single punch, he severely injured Yagyu-Ida. He could be said to be invincible. Yi Chen took a step forward and the air shook. As if he was possessed by the god of sabers, he slashed at Shitendaji and the other two with the golden saber in his hand. I'll hold him back. You guys take the opportunity to kill him. Shitendaji's expression changed. Then he gritted his teeth and a black wine pot appeared in his hand. He tossed the wine pot and it soared into the sky and hovered above his head. It was the soul brew that he had kept for hundreds of years. In the next moment, countless black energy surged out from the wine pot. The black energy immediately condensed into countless evil spirits that bared their fangs and brandished their claws in the air. The evil spirits charged at Yi Chen. At that moment, black energy soared into the sky, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was like purgatory on earth, causing everyone on the ground to feel their scalps go numb. What no one noticed was that the moment the malicious spirits appeared, the monkey, who was initially sleeping on Yi Chen's shoulder, jolted and woke up. The monkey's green eyes sized up the evil spirits as if it had seen something fatally tempting. Kill! Demon Blade Muramasa and Crow Tengu stepped out at the same time. Their killing intent was shocking. Even Sword Saint Yagyu-Ida, who was sent flying by Yi Chen's punch earlier, joined the battle again. Countless spirits and malicious spirits rushed toward Yi Chen. Slash! Yi Chen held the golden saber in his hand and slashed. A golden saber gleam pierced through the night like an elongated setting sun and slashed at the evil spirits that were charging at him. The evil spirits at the forefront were instantly killed with a single slash. However, there were still countless evil spirits that charged forward fearlessly. At that moment, Shitendaji and the other two had joined forces to attack Yi Chen. Moreover, they chose to attack Yi Chen from behind. 3 murderous intents covered the sky and earth. Mad Southern Yi, let's see how you deal with this. Shitendaji released the soul brew in his gourd in a frenzy. The smile on his face was extremely sinister. At this very moment, all he saw was a blur. A green figure flashed past his eyes. The next moment, a monkey the size of a palm leaped into the air and hugged the wine pot. It was hard to imagine that it could actually carry a wine pot that was twice its size. The smile on Shitendaji's face froze. What is this thing? Monkey? What happened next left it dumbfounded. Monkey carried the wine pot and ran. With a few steps, he arrived at an empty space and placed the mouth of the wine pot to his mouth. One by one, he swallowed all the Een souls gushing out of the wine pot. Why you? After being stunned for a moment, Shitendaji charged at the monkey crazily as if he had been provoked by something. Be *starred! Return my wine pot! He had always been addicted to alcohol, and he only drank the wine brewed from souls. However, he had always been reluctant to drink it. Now that he had no choice but to release all the souls in the wine pot to deal with Yi Chen, he did not expect it to be snatched away by a monkey in the blink of an eye. He was really snatching it. He was brazenly snatching it right in front of Shitendaji. Not only did he not run after snatching it, he even ate it right in front of him. At that moment, without the Een souls in the wine pot holding him back, the golden saber left Yi Chen's hand after he killed the remaining Een souls with one slash. It flew behind him in the blink of an eye. Then he slashed at it. Oh no. At that moment, Demon Blade Muramasa and Crow Tengu's expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, Yi Chen's golden saber slashed at Crow Tengu and pierced through its body. No. Crow Tengu let out an uneasy roar. This roar reached everyone's ears. including Shitendaji, who went to snatch his wine pot. It even spread throughout Mount Fuji and even Japan. When Shitendaji heard this, he subconsciously turned around and saw a scene that broke his heart. A saber gleam pierced through Crow Tengu's body. At the next moment, Crow Tengu was instantly split into two. As one of the 3 remaining gods in Japan, Crow Tengu was killed with a single slash. Even his remnant soul did not escape. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Dead silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Shock. Absolute shock. One slash. Mad Southerny killed Crow Tengu with a single slash. Tengu. At that moment, Demon Blade, Muramasa, and Shitendaji roared in unwillingness, shock, disbelief, and even fear. Powerful, very powerful. Tang Jianfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Yi Chun in the sky in shock and mumbled. He killed a god with a single slash. We've underestimated his ability again. How can his mental power be so powerful? A gleam flashed through Luo Yao's beautiful eyes. It's the mental power of an origin energy spell master. It seems like Yi Qin has his own secrets. At this moment, she gradually started to respect Yi Qin officially. She elevated his status to the same level as her and the others, or even higher. At that moment, Fire Emperor and Titan looked at each other. They did not see the killing intent in each other's eyes, the cold, killing intent. They did not expect Yi Qin to be so powerful. He killed a god with a single slash. Even they could not do it. Mad Southern Yi will fight you to the death. 2 extremely venomous voices sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Shitendaji soared into the air. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a monster that was nearly 6 meters tall with a stocky build and a blood-red face. The most shocking thing was that there were 5 horns on his head that looked like bull horns. There were more than 10 eyes on his chest and face, and each eye emitted a thick blood energy. Crow Tengu's death had completely infuriated him. At that moment, he revealed his true body in front of everyone. Demon Blade, what are you waiting for? Shitendaji, who had revealed his true body, let out a fierce roar. Demon Blade Muramasa immediately turned into a ray of bloody light and landed in his hand. A shocking blood energy soared into the sky from his body. Mad Southern Yi, how dare you kill Tengu? Even if we have to fall into a deep sleep, we'll kill you today. We'll extract your soul and refine it for 100 years, 1,000 years. Shitendaji's 15 eyes opened at the same time. He stared at Yi Chun with resentment. He had truly become a crazy demon. P.S. Chapter 2 more later. Chapter 6, 23. Mad Southern Yi, you deserve to die. The berserk Shitendaji revealed his true form. His huge body, which was nearly 6 meters tall, stepped on the air and quickly walked toward the source. Every step he took caused the air to explode. Space trembled. The surging airflow swept out in all directions like a gust of wind, sending many people flying far away. Then, they looked at the huge figure in the sky in shock. The demon blade Muramasa's entire body emitted a shocking blood energy. One of the eyes on the hilt of the blade widened to the extreme, as if it could charm one's heart. Shitendaji and the demon blade Muramasa are really going all out this time. That's right. Even the heavenly crow dog is dead. If they don't fight with their lives on the line, I'm afraid they'll follow in the heavenly crow dog's footsteps. Perfect timing. Facing that, not only was Yi Qin not afraid, but he also charged forward with his body. He had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on battle. What is Mad Southern Yi doing? Are you planning to fight head-on with Shitendaji, who has revealed his true form? He's not even 2 meters tall, but he's trying to fight 6 meters tall? He's crazy. I think he's really crazy. Shitendaji can stomp him to death with 1 foot, right? Everyone cried out in shock when they saw what he was doing. Boom! At that moment, Yi Chen's body collided with Shitendaji. It was like a meteorite colliding. Violent energy swept out in all directions, following the muffled sounds of collisions that sounded like muffled thunder. Many of the boulders on the mountain peaks were shaken off. Everyone was shocked by the intense battle. Boom! The two of them separated after the final collision. A large part of Shitendaji's chest had caved in. A few of his eyes were shattered on the spot, revealing scarlet blood. He was in a sorry state. On the contrary, Yi Chen remained calm from the beginning to the end. I told you, killing the 4 of you trash is as easy as flipping my hand. Whoosh! The crowd on the ground was in an uproar when they saw that. Disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. Shitendaji's 6-meter-tall physique was no match for Mad Southern Yi. Why is this brat's body so strong? At that moment, the same thought flashed through Shitendaji and Demon Blade Muramesa's minds. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Even Yaguaida, who was mentally prepared, could not hide the shock inside him. Although he knew that Yi Chen's body was very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong that he could fight Shitendaji's true body head-on. Shitendaji shouted and roared at Yaguaida, who was watching the show from the side. Yaguaida, when are you going to fight with your life on the line? Shitendaji Yagu. Yaguaida smiled bitterly as a fierce look flashed across his face. He seemed to have made up his mind. Sea and water, red, E, and above. If one took a closer look, one would realize that his silver long hair was turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the skin on his face was withering and shriveling. Mad Southern Yi, I'll forcefully activate my potential today. I'll sacrifice my lifespan as the price to fight you to the death. His eyes were filled with madness, and a dazzling sword gleam suddenly bloomed in his hand. The sword gleam suddenly expanded to over 30 meters, but it was incomparably condensed. From afar, it looked like a divine sword that wanted to slash through the world. Sizzle! The sword gleam was filled with monstrous sword intent. It was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly exploded in the night as it sliced through the air and slashed at Yi Chen. That was it. The space between him and Yi Chen was split into 2 by the sword, forming a vacuum that could be seen with the naked eye. This sword strike is enough to kill any powerhouse below the top 5 in the world. Fire Emperor and Titan's pupils constricted. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies under Yaguaida's sword. At the same time, Shitendaji held the demon blade Muramesa in his hand. Vast energy surged out from his palm and wrapped around it. The demon blade Muramesa instantly turned into a black blade with a ghost head. The blade was extremely strange. The blade swayed slightly, and the air around it was instantly cut into 2. Mad Southern Yi die. Shitendaji held the black ghost head blade in his hand and leaped a few steps forward with a cold gaze. Subsequently, he slashed at Yi Chen from afar. The blade and the sword charged at Yi Chen like 2 bolts of lightning. What can a mere blade and sword do to me? Yi Chen scoffed coldly. He waved his fist and faced the incoming blade and sword. Break! Boom! A punch. Yaguaida's sword gleam was shattered by Yi Chen first. What? He broke Yaguaida's most powerful sword strike with a punch. Monster! At that moment, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Shatter! Yi Chen extended his palm and grabbed the blade that Shitendaji was slashing at him without hesitation. Of course, he grabbed the blade aura. Boom! With a loud bang, the blade aura shattered and turned into countless violent energy that swept in all directions. How is this possible? Yaguaida and Shitendaji were shocked. Slash! Yi Chen summoned the golden saber formed by his divine consciousness. A golden saber gleam sliced through the sky. "Oh no, Titan, let's attack now." Fire Emperor roared when he saw that. The flames on his body erupted. He leaped and threw a fist wrapped in flames at Yi Chen from behind. "Mad Southern Yi, show mercy!" Wherever he passed, the air would be set aflame. Roar! Titan roared, and his body expanded rapidly. Suddenly, he became a 3-meter-tall giant. He turned into an afterimage and chased after Yi Chen. He was even faster than Fire Emperor. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. Obviously, they did not expect that even Fire Emperor and Titan, who had been watching from the sidelines, would make a move. Shameless. We agreed not to interfere in this battle, but they still couldn't hold it in. Luo Yao's pretty face was ashen. At that moment, Tang Jianfeng, who was beside her, made his move. A shocking sword intent suddenly bloomed from his body. He did not move. Instead, he just stood there quietly. However, a sword intent that wanted to destroy everything rose from the ground into the sky. It turned into a sword light and shot towards Fire Emperor and Titan. Under this sword intent, everyone was shocked. They felt like their bodies were about to be torn apart. At this moment, they finally believed that the silent young man beside them could unleash strength that was not weaker than a world-class giant in an instant. Chapter 6:24. Even though Fire Emperor and Titan's target was Yi Chen, however, both of their auras were extremely powerful. Therefore, they sensed Tang Jianfeng's sword intent at the same time. Oh no! Fire Emperor and Titan hurriedly retracted their attacks and turned around. Sword shadows. All they saw was sword shadows that filled the sky. It was like a huge net that was suppressing them. Fire Cloud Palm break. Fire Emperor shouted, and the flames on his right palm surged, turning into a huge flaming palm that slapped at the incoming sword shadows. Roar! Tan relied on his powerful physical body to charge forward. Boom! The void shook, and the sword shadows that filled the sky were instantly shattered. Fire Emperor looked at Tang Jianfeng, who was on the ground with an extremely grim expression. "Brat, how dare you ambush us from behind?" Tang Jianfeng slowly walked out of the crowd and snorted. "Bullying us with numbers? Do you really think there's no one capable in China? Brat, who are you? Can you tell me your name?" Titan stared at Tang Jianfeng with fear in his eyes. Tang Jianfeng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "We're from Kunlun." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. "You guys are from Kunlun." However, Fire Emperor's expression changed drastically. He looked at Tang Jianfeng and Luo Yao with even more fear. "You guys are from the Holy Land of Kunlun." Kunlun. Not only was this name famous in China, but it was also a taboo in the West because there were rumors that there were 8 dragon veins in this world. All 8 dragon veins originated from Kunlun, so Kunlun was also known as the ancestor of dragon veins. 5 of the 8 dragon veins flowed into China, and 3 flowed into foreign countries. And in Kunlun, there was a holy land of China. This was also the reason why the Western countries did not dare to attack China, even though they had been suppressing China internationally. If it really blew up and the holy land of China's Kunlun attacked, the Western countries would be forced to ask the holy land behind them. By then, the situation would definitely be out of control. Titan's expression changed drastically when he heard Fire Emperor's words. Luo Yao smirked coldly. "Since you know our origins, why aren't you Scram?" The Fire Emperor's eyes flickered nonstop. "You and the others have already sealed the mountain a few hundred years ago and will not interfere in the matters of the mortal world. Could it be that you want to make an exception today? However, are you guys planning to go against the International Tribunal and the Holy Land behind the International Tribunal for Mad Southern Yi?" Titan sneered as well. Tang Jianfeng's face darkened when he heard this. However, Luo Yao smirked disdainfully. Why would Shang Santian care about the Western sex opinion? Besides, We're not helping Mad Southerny today. We're doing it for China, lest outsiders think that China is useless. Not bad. Tang Jianfeng nodded slowly. Since you guys attacked Mad Southerny today, we definitely won't sit back and watch. If it were any other time, what does his life have to do with us? Fire Emperor and Titan looked at each other. Just as they were about to communicate secretly, they heard an earth-shattering roar. Shitendaji! Everyone hurriedly took a look. Shitendaji was split into two by Yi Chen's saber. The entire sky was almost drowned in crimson blood. In just over 10 breaths of time, another Japanese god was killed by Yi Chen with a single slash. Another one died. Mad Southerny, you really deserve to die. Fire Emperor's gaze was extremely cold. There were only 4 gods in Japan. Now, 3 of them had died in Yi Chen's hands. There was only Demon Blade Muramasa left. Even with Yagyu Ida, who was half-crippled, he could not do anything alone. Even Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng were shocked. They were stunned by Yi Chen's overbearing and fierce methods. This guy, he really wanted to kill all the Japanese powerhouses. At that moment, a saber gleam suddenly shot out from where Shitendaji died. The saber gleam was not aimed at Yi Chen. Instead, it turned into a blood-red saber gleam and charged at the sky. Who else could it be but Demon Blade Muramasa? It was really scared. It was scared by Yi Chen. It was supposed to be a piece of cake for the 3 gods in the eyes of the Japanese to fight Yi Chen together. Never did they expect Yi Chen to kill them one after another. Run inside. Yi Chen scoffed coldly and was about to chase after him. At that moment, a sword gleam slashed at him. Yagyu Ida came over with disheveled hair. Clearly, he did not want Yi Chen to chase after Demon Blade Muramasa. However, he was extremely old at that moment, and he was at the end of his rope. Trash, you deserve to die. Yi Chen grabbed through the air, and a 3-meter-long saber gleam appeared in his hand. Mad Southerny, you can't kill him. Fire Emperor's expression changed, and he was about to stop him. The 3 gods were either dead or had fled. It could be said that Yagyu Ida was the strongest in Japan. If he were to die as well, then no one in the east could stop Mad Southerny. However, at that moment, another bone-chilling sword intent came from beside him. It was Tang Jianfeng's, sword-like eyes staring at him. Almost at that moment, a dazzling saber gleam slashed across Yagyu Aida's neck. Bang! Yagyu Aida's head and body fell heavily to the ground. An extremely indifferent voice resounded through the entire Mount Fuji, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. From today onwards, there will be no more sword saints in Japan. The sky above Mount Fuji that was originally dark suddenly lit up, and it was daytime again. However, the world was dead silent. On the ground, the faces froze one after another, and their gazes turned dull. 2 of the 3 gods had died and 1 had escaped. Sword Saint Yagyu Aida's head had been chopped off. Before this, no one had expected such an ending. At that moment, Fire Emperor's furious voice sounded. Mad Southerny, I told you not to kill Yagyu Ida. How dare you disobey my order? Yi Chen turned around slowly and looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? I'm going to kill an ant. How can I allow you to be so noisy? At the same time, a spectacle appeared in the sky above Tokyo. A blood-red dot of light flashed across the sky above Tokyo like a meteor. It was so fast that one could even hear screams of pain coming from within. Countless citizens thought that it was a miracle, and they kowtowed and prayed. The blood-red dot of light finally leaped into a temple in Reigao. Wisdom King, Heavenly Crow Dog, Shitendaji, and Yagyu Ida all died in Mad Southerny's hands. Only I escaped. Save me, save me. The demon blade Muramasa floated in front of the white-browed old monk who was holding a monk's staff in one hand and wearing blind shoes on his feet. The blade was trembling, and the aura on his body was very weak. Demon Blade Muramasa, You came at the right time. The white-browed old monk did not move, as if he had already known everything. A smile appeared in his turbid eyes. I've subdued the divine weapon. Wisdom King, is that true? The demon blade, Muramesa, was overjoyed when he heard that. He then said, That's great. With the Wisdom King's divine weapon in hand, even mad Southerny will die. Wisdom King, kill him. From now on, I'm willing to recognize you as my master. No. The white-browed old monk shook his head slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that I have the divine weapon in hand, I'm the god of the world. Trash like you is useless to me. You! The demon blade, Muramesa's expression changed. Then he turned into a blade gleam and wanted to fly out. However, at that moment, a huge black mouth swallowed the demon blade, Muramesa, on the spot. The black mouth chewed a few times and finally said, slowly, Not delicious, not delicious. It's stuttering and numb. It's not refreshing at all. Old monk, remember to find me something more refreshing next time. That's right, if there's nothing else. I, your grandfather night demon, will go and accompany my little beauty, Green Princess. I have to say, that little beauty is really extraordinarily charming. It's a pity that you're a bald donkey and don't lust after women. Wait, the white-browed old monk suddenly said. The demon blade Muramesa fled to Regao. I believe mad Southerny will chase after him soon. You still need to help me kill this person completely. Only then will the future be stable. I see. The black mouth seemed to be conflicted. But your grandfather knight demon hates fighting the most. The white-browed old monk smiled faintly. If you're willing to help me, I'm willing to gather the power of all the monks in Regao to build a golden body for Luji. That way, her soul will be stable and she will serve you forever. All right, your grandfather knight demon agrees. Isn't it just killing a mortal? Your grandfather knight demon can kill him with a fart. The black mouth immediately nodded. Then it turned into a golden staff and landed in the white-browed old monk's hand. It did not forget to remind him, Don't forget what you promised your grandfather knight demon. The white-browed old monk held the staff in his hand and looked into the sky. A hint of arrogance flashed across his face. Mad Southerny, come quickly. Now that I have a divine weapon in my hands, I'll kill gods and Buddhas if gods come. After I kill you and unify the East, I'll kill my way into the West. P.S. Chapter 4. Thank you for everyone's support. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 6:25. Mount Fuji's Sword Peak. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at the figure in the sky. There was only shock in their eyes, deep shock. It was this person who had fought against the three gods and Sword Saint Yaguaida, all by himself. The four of them were practically the peak powerhouses of Japan. Even in East Asia or the entire world, they were world-class figures. The outcome of such a shocking battle caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Mad Southerny had won. Not only had he won, but he had also almost killed his opponent in an invincible manner. Apart from Demon Blade, Muramesa, who had successfully escaped, the other three, including Shitendaji, Heavenly Crow Dog, and Sword Saint Yagu, had all died under his blade. Such a nearly invincible figure in the world. How could their hearts not tremble? The Japanese cultivators present were in despair, as if they had lost their parents. At that moment, two figures with terrifying auras appeared above everyone's heads, as if a storm was about to arrive. Mad Southerny, I told you not to kill Yaguaida. How dare you disobey my order? Fire Emperor stood proudly in the air. The flames on his body grew stronger, and he emitted the aura of a fire god that could destroy the world. Titan's killing intent that was almost tangible locked onto Yi Chin. He said with an extremely grim expression, Mad Southerny? We represent the International Tribunal. How dare you look down on us? At that moment, the pressure from the two of them seemed to be earth-shattering. Countless people's expressions changed. Were Fire Emperor and Titan preparing to attack Mad Southern Yi? International Tribunal? What's that? Yi Qin smiled in disdain when he met their cold gazes. It's not up to a mere international tribunal to interfere with who I want to kill. Meanwhile, the Japanese cultivators were secretly delighted. To them, even if Yi Chun killed Sword Saint Yagyu and the rest, he must have paid a certain price. Perhaps he was just forcing himself at that moment. On the other hand, Fire Emperor and Titan barely made a move from the beginning to the end. With the two powerhouses working together, they would definitely be able to kill Mad Southern Yi. Fire Emperor was furious, impudent. You guys are the ones who are impudent, Yi Qin suddenly shouted as he stared at the two of them. The two of you have been interfering with me from the beginning to the end. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are planning. I'll say it again. If the two of you are displeased with me, feel free to make a move and see if my saber is fast enough. As soon as these words came out, Fire Emperor and Titan's expressions turned cold. Provocation. A blatant provocation. As world-class giants, the two of them were big shots in the West. They had become famous earlier than Yi Qin. When had they ever been provoked like this? Kill him. The shout was like the roar of a ferocious beast. Tai Tan had taken the initiative to attack. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a dazzling red light suddenly blossomed from his body. When everyone looked at him again, they discovered that his skin was bronze in color. From afar, it was as if his entire body was covered in a layer of copper powder, flashing with an unknown halo. It's the indestructible diamond body, the Titan's innate divine ability. Rumor has it that Titans can destroy an armored tank with a single punch and can even resist bullets. It seems like the rumors are true. Mad Southern Yi has finally met his match. Both of them have strong bodies. When the people on the ground saw the change in Titan, their expressions changed. Meanwhile, the joy on the Japanese cultivators' faces grew. Mad Southern Yi die. Titan's gigantic body tore through the air. He was faster than any martial Tao master Yi Qin had encountered. Before he was done speaking, he had already thrown a punch at Yi Qin's head. Body cultivator? Yi Qin was slightly shocked. Body cultivators, as the name suggested, were cultivators who specialized in cultivating their bodies. When they mastered it, they could tear space apart and cross worlds with their bare hands. He did not expect there to be body cultivators on Earth. Even so, Yi Qin was not afraid at all. When had he ever been afraid of anyone in terms of physical strength? Great! Yi Qin threw a punch. Golden light exploded around his fist as it collided heavily with Titan's punch. Boom! A huge ball of fire surged in the space where the two of them were. Everyone on the ground was shocked. Even though they were so far away, everyone could feel the wild and violent air in the sky and the terrifying aftershocks. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but say in shock, "Both of them are so powerful. They can be said to be terrifying. I wonder who's stronger." Everyone nodded when they heard that. Even Tang Jianfeng and Luo Yao could not help but pay close attention to the situation in the sky. They would attack once they realized that something was wrong. Bang, bang, bang at this moment, a rather disheveled figure flew out from the flames, tearing the air apart with every step he took. When he looked again, he was astonishingly surprised to see that it was a Titan. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone cried out in shock. The corner of Titan's mouth was covered in blood, and one of his hands was trembling violently as if he was having a cramp. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the joints of his right fist had exploded. On the contrary, Yi Qin did not move at all. He did not look like he was injured at all. It was as if the power earlier did not affect him at all. Titan, who has the indestructible Vajra body, is actually at a disadvantage. He's even injured. How is that possible? At that moment, the faces on the ground froze one after another. How can this guy's physical body be so powerful? Titan roared in his heart in shock. He thought that his physical body could be considered invincible in the world. However, he was injured after fighting Yi Chen with a single blow. Let me do it! A furious roar shook the void. Fire Emperor had attacked. At that moment, his entire body was covered in flames. He opened his mouth and spat a gigantic wave of fire at Yi Chen. As soon as the wave of fire appeared, it seemed to have received some nourishment. It expanded and charged at Yi Chen like a fire dragon. The air burned wherever it passed, forming a vacuum zone that was filled with endless flames. The flames were like a wall of fire that charged at Yi Chen along with the fire dragon. At the same time, the temperature in the air rose. Many people felt like they were in a furnace. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their mouths were dry as they said, as expected of Fire Emperor, just this fire ability alone is enough to burn everything. Are you playing with fire with me? Facing such a situation, not only was Yi Chen not afraid, he even scoffed coldly. He raised his right palm slowly, and a fireball condensed in his palm. The fireball was only the size of a fist, and it looked very small compared to Fire Emperor's fire dragon. Seeing this, Fire Emperor laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. Mad Southerny, don't tell me you want to compete in fire ability with me. Chapter 6:26. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they heard that. To them, Yi Chen's action was irrational. One must know that the reason why Fire Emperor was called Fire Emperor was because he was the most powerful in fire divinity. Not only did Yi Chen not dodge, but he even competed with his most powerful ability. Was that not arrogance? Is that so? Yi Chen responded expressionlessly. He lifted his hand and tossed it into the air. The fireball in his palm shot at the fire dragon that was charging at him. Boom! As soon as their divinity came into contact, a loud bang was heard. A sea of fire exploded in the air, dyeing half the sky red. Countless tiny fireballs fell to ground. How is that possible? Disbelief filled his face when he saw that his fire divinity was broken by Yi Chen's fireball. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Tai Tan activated the indestructible Vajra body again. He stepped into the air and threw a punch at Yi Chen's heart. He unleashed his full strength in this punch. He completely believed that he could crush Yi Chen's heart with a single punch. Great! Yi Chen took a deep breath in and said slowly, Divine Punch created in 33 days, the sixth form, Quake Hammer. At the next moment, a golden fist shadow traversed the sky and landed heavily on Tai Tan's chest like the hand of God. Oh no! Tai Tan's expression changed. He retracted his fist energy immediately and placed his hands before his chest in an attempt to neutralize Yi Chen's Quake Hammer. However, Yi Chen's Quake Hammer was known as the Divine Punch created in 33 days. How could a mortal martial artist take it head-on? After the golden fist shadow landed on Tai Tan's body, Kacha! The sound of joints shattering was the first to be heard, followed by Tai Tan's scream. At the next moment, Tai Tan's entire body slammed heavily into the ground. When he fought with all his might, everyone's eyes were instantly stunned. Tragic. It was too tragic. There was a fist mark on Tai Tan's left chest. One could almost see the flesh and broken ribs inside. Meanwhile, the rest of his body was covered in cracks. Tai Tan spat a mouthful of blood as he was shocked and horrified. Not only did Yi Chen's punch break the indestructible Vajra body that he was so proud of, it even pierced through his left chest. If he was not born with extraordinary talent and his heart was on the right side of his chest, his heart might have been shattered by Yi Chen's punch earlier. Meanwhile, Fire Emperor had already attacked Yi Chen again. Too strong. This person is too strong. I'm not his match. Thinking to this point, Titan dragged his body that was on the verge of shattering and turned around to run. He had no intention of staying to help Fire Emperor. Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. Obviously, he didn't expect a world-class giant to run away just like that. Tighten you! Fire Emperor, who was fighting with Yi Qin, was almost angered to death when he saw that. The two of them were no match for Yi Qin even if they worked together. Now that Titan had run away, what was he going to do? As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, he hurriedly retreated dozens of meters and said slowly, "Mad Southerny, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Why don't we shake hands and make up? Don't worry, I won't hold it against Yaguaida and the rest anymore. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I'll even recommend you to join the International Tribunal." At this point, his heart was bleeding. Initially, he wanted to kill Yi Qin while he was severely injured after the battle with Yaguaida and the rest. Never did he expect that he and the rest had underestimated Yi Qin's ability again. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Who do you think I, Mad Southerny, am? Yi Qin took a step forward, and the air under his feet exploded. Humph, Mad Southerny. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I admit that I'm not your match. But if I want to leave, how are you going to stop me? Fire Emperor snorted coldly. The flames under his feet surged, causing the air around him to explode. Then he used the incomparably huge explosive force to push him out. It was almost the blink of an eye. He had already flown 1,000 feet away. Since you're here, you should leave something behind no matter what. Yi Qin smirked coldly when he saw that. The almighty killer sword in his hand turned into a sword gleam and shot in the direction where Fire Emperor was escaping. Its speed broke through the speed of sound. A few seconds later, an incomparably painful scream came from afar. An arm mixed with blood fell from the sky. Mad Southerny, just you wait. The International Tribunal will not rest until you're dead. A roar filled with extreme resentment was heard all of a sudden. Judging from the pain in the roar, it was obvious that Yi Qin's sword had severely injured him. What a pity. Although these two aren't as powerful as me, they're still considered giants of the world. If they want to escape, even I can't catch up to them. Yi Qin shook his head lightly, but there was no hope. Although Titan and Fire Emperor were not dead, they were definitely crippled. Among them, Titan's indestructible Vajra body had been broken by his punch. It would be impossible for him to recover without 3 to 5 years. As for Fire Emperor, his strength would definitely plummet after losing an arm. He would not be able to cause much trouble even if he met him in the future. Titan wanted Fire Emperor to leave. However, the atmosphere did not show any signs of slowing down. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. At this moment, everyone on the ground held their breaths. Their gazes were focused on the godlike figure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with fear, shock, fear, disbelief, but most of it was fanaticism. This battle could be said to be one wave after another. Even their hearts could not take it anymore. In the beginning, when Yi Qin fought Yaguaida, everyone thought that Yaguaida had a high chance of winning. Never did they expect Yi Qin to beat Yaguaida until he fled like a rat. All the cherry blossoms on the mountain were killed. Subsequently, the 3 gods attacked. Yi Qin killed them one by one in an extremely domineering manner. In the end, only Demon Blade Muramasa escaped. Fire Emperor and Titan, the 2 giants of the world, did not end well either. Before this, who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Who would have thought that Yi Qin's combat strength had reached such a level? A mutter slowly came from the silent crowd. He killed the 3 gods of Japan, killed Sword Saint Yaguaida, defeated Fire Emperor and Titan, and is invincible in East Asia. He can be said to be invincible. From now on, Mad Southerny will be the East Asia #1. The person who spoke was Wudong Sec's Lu Chongkong. He walked out of the crowd slowly and clasped his fists at Yi Qin, who was in the sky. Subsequently, he knelt on one knee and said, "Lu Chongkong of China greets East Asia #1. Bang, bang, bang. After him, Meng Zixiang Song Hu, and the rest of the Chinese cultivators knelt on one knee. Greetings, East Asia number one! In the end, apart from the Japanese cultivators, everyone who came to watch the battle cupped their fists. Greetings, East Asia number one! Greetings, East Asia number one! These thunderous sounds exploded in this part of the world. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 6:27. The Battle on Mount Fuji. The whole world's attention was on this place. However, before the three gods appeared, Crow Tengu and the others used a spell to change the weather of Mount Fuji. No matter how sophisticated the high-tech equipment was, it could not be detected. Therefore, other than the people present, the outside world knew nothing about this battle. Even so, the whole world was in a heated discussion about this battle. The most excited ones were none other than the East Asian countries, led by China. The cultivators from both sides even started a war of words online. I bet 10 packs of spicy gluten that Mad Southerny will definitely die. F*CKU. 10 packs of spicy gluten? Aren't you looking down on Mad Southerny too much? At least 10 packs of betel nuts, the kind with black teeth. The 2 Koreans above, that's enough. Don't mock us like that. The news of the battle hasn't spread yet. How can you be so sure that Mad Southerny will die? Isn't that obvious? If Mad Southerny is really as invincible as the rumors say, he should end the battle as soon as possible. Why hasn't there been an outcome until now? Once Mad Southerny dies, there'll be no one left in China. What the F*CK are you talking about? Are you courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Some people even started fighting as they argued. For a moment, small-scale battles broke out everywhere in East Asia. However, the public's attention was always on Japan. Naturally, their small fights did not attract much attention. At this moment, an extremely shocking piece of news came out. Mad Southerny abused Sword Saint Yaguaida in Japan, causing the only 3 gods in Japan to attack. The 4 experts joined forces to deal with Mad Southerny, but they were still killed by Mad Southerny one by one. When the 2 sides fought, Fire Emperor and Titan, who were both world-class giants, were present. Seeing that Yaguaida and the rest had died, Titan and Fire Emperor attacked Mad Southerny one after another. Unexpectedly, one of them had his body destroyed by Mad Southerny, while the other had his arms severed by Mad Southerny and fled, killing 3 gods, killing Sword Saint Yaguaida, defeating Fire Emperor and Titan. Mad Southerny became the East Asia number one in an invincible manner. Dead silence, dead silence. For a time, all the cultivation forums in East Asia, which were previously noisy, fell into a deathly silence at the same time. A slap to the face, the kind of slap that was loud and clear. Previously, they were still discussing whether Mad Southerny was a match for the Sword Saint Yaguaida. In the end, the news was that he was fighting against the 6 giants of the world at the same time. He had killed 3 gods, killed Sword Saint Yaguaida, defeated Fire Emperor and Titan. What a stunning battle record this was! Amidst the dead silence, a cultivator from Korea could not help but say, "It's fake, right? This joke is not funny at all. It must be fake. Otherwise, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t 3 pounds." Gao Ligua's expert once again made a bold statement on Weibo. The Japanese powerhouse smirked coldly. Haha, Mad Southern Yi has actually gone so far as to hire public relations and fake reviewers? Even the Chinese who supported Yi Qin could not believe it. This battle record was too valiant, too heaven-defying. At this time, the inside story of the battle on Mount Fuji was exposed one after another, accompanied by pictures and videos. From today onwards, there will be no more sword saints in Japan. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw Yi Qin beheading Yaguaida. When they saw the video of the Fire Emperor and the Titan fleeing, the entire internet fell silent once again. Korea fell silent. Goguryeo fell silent. The Japanese were dumbfounded. At this moment, all the Chinese cultivators felt as if they were on steroids. Right now, there are only 3 words that can describe what I'm feeling. Too ferocious, too awesome, too F asterisk king awesome. Mad Southern, you really surprises us everywhere. I was so scared that I grabbed my wife next to me and beat her up, as expected of the boss of the army. Who in East Asia can compete with him? Who else? Korea? Goguryeo? Japan? Where's that Goguryeo powerhouse who said he wanted to live stream himself eating sh*t? Don't pretend to be dead. Come out quickly. I've already prepared hot sh*t. It's a lot. Hee, a bunch of trash who only know how to talk on the internet. This storm spread from the internet to reality at a rapid speed. At this moment, Korea could no longer sit still. Goguryeo panicked, and the Japanese were dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Defeating Fire Emperor and Titan, all the world-class giants were shocked. The upper echelons of the various countries and the conglomerates were petrified. At that moment, Yi Chen's identity information landed on the tables of the leaders of various countries and the upper echelons of the conglomerates. There were 2 thick boxes, from when Yi Chen learned to walk to whether he had ever wet the bed or not. Everything was clearly investigated. Yi Chen's battle record was too shocking. Many giants realized that Yi Chen's rise was unstoppable as the battle ended because the east of the world had already crawled under this young man's feet. He had trampled the entire East Asia. After this battle, Mad Southerny is known as the East Asia #1. He deserves it. Germany welcomes Mr. Mad Southerny to visit us when you're free. This person isn't handsome, and he's not tall, but he's a very dangerous person. If anyone touches his bottom line, he'll transform into a bloodthirsty Shura. Mad Southerny has blasphemed the International Tribunal. The International Tribunal will definitely pursue this matter to the end. The media outlets in the West made exclusive reports on Yi Chen. The U.S. Times even named Yi Chen as the most charming man from the East. While the outside world was in a frenzy, Yi Chen, who was the person involved, was at the Chiba residence. He did not have the time to pay attention to the outside world's evaluation of him because, as the battle ended, countless forces sent over invitations to meet him. After leaving everything to the excited Chiba Yoshiko, he closed the door and slowly drank tea with Luo Yao and the rest. TSK Tisk. Luo Yao put down her teacup and looked at her. A glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. You're quite good at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You made me and Xiaofeng worry about you. This, Yi, thanks the 2 of you for lending a hand to me earlier. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Although Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng did not mention their origins, Yi Chen knew that they were from Shangsantian. Among the people from Shangsantian that he had come into contact with, Luo Yao and Tang Jianfeng were considered normal. It's useless to thank me. If it weren't for China, I wouldn't care about your life. Who asked you to hide it from me for so long? Luo Yao scoffed and stood up. All right, it's time for us to leave. You can continue being the boss in Japan. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Although humans are powerful, they can't go against a country. That's all I have to say. I hope you know what to do. After saying that, she walked out of the room. Tang Jianfeng followed. After taking a few steps, Luo Yao seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly turned around and said, I forgot to tell you that my name isn't Luo Yao. Luo Yao is just a fake name I used. My name is Luo Shueyao. And you're a girl. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Luo Yao was stunned at first. Then a blush appeared on her pretty face. So everyone knows that I'm a girl. Mad Southerny, I'll remember you. After saying that, she left in a hurry. I'm afraid these 2 didn't come to Japan just to play. Yi Chen looked at the 2 of them, leaving, and thought to himself. Subsequently, he frowned and said, But what does this have to do with me? My current mission is to find Night Demon. At this point, he stood up and looked north. He smiled with his hands behind his back. A big fish has been released. It's time to reel in the net. Chapter 6:28. The next morning. Mount Koya was located in the northeast of Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. Two figures were standing on top of a stone peak. Chiba Yoshiko stood next to Yi-Chen respectfully. She introduced slowly as she looked at the scenery around her. "Master, this is Mount Koya." Yi-Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and saw mountains surrounded by lush ancient trees. The terrain was like a blooming lotus. He could not help but praise. The scenery isn't bad. It's a place worth visiting. "Master, Mount Koya has a history of 1,200 years. It was listed as a World Cultural Heritage by the United Nations more than 10 years ago. It can be considered one of the 3 divine mountains of Japan." Chiba Yoshiko said confidently. To be precise, Mount Koya is equivalent to one of the 2 major towns of Buddhism in Japan because it's the main mountain of Dongmi, a branch of Buddhism in Japan. A sacred place of Buddhism? Yi-Chen could not help but look at her. "That's right." Chiba Yoshiko nodded and said, "Buddhism in Japan is divided into Dongmi and Tongmi. Dongmi is the Kongabuji temple that was created by the Japanese Hongfa Master Kong Hai. The corresponding Tangmi is Mount Hai in Kyoto. Mount Hai was created by the Dharma master Zuching after he returned from the Tang dynasty's Tiantai sect to obtain scriptures. Therefore, Mount Hai and Ragoino are known as the 2 major Buddhist towns in Japan. These 2 towns uphold Buddhism, subdue demons, and save people. They're called Dharma monks. She could not help but look at Yi-Chen carefully as she spoke to this point. "Master, why did you ask me to bring you to Mount Koya? Could it be that Master also believes in Buddhism?" She was confused. Yi-Chen had asked her to bring him around early in the morning, but they ended up in Mount Koya. To her, Yi-Chen was a master who slaughtered all living beings. It was completely in conflict with the Buddhist concept of not killing. "I'm here to look for an old friend of mine." Yi-Chen's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Rather than saying that the demon blade Muramesa had escaped, it would be more accurate to say that he had deliberately let him go. This was because only the 3 great Shikigami knew the whereabouts of the night demon. If they were all killed, the clues would be cut off. However, what confused Yi-Chen was that the imprint he had left on the demon blade Muramesa had disappeared, so there were only 2 outcomes. One was that a mighty figure had helped the demon blade Muramesa remove the imprint he had left, and the other was that the demon blade Muramesa had died. Yi-Chen would rather believe the latter. However, he was sure that the divine sense imprint he had left on demon blade Muramesa had disappeared in Mount Koya. As he pondered, Chiba Yoshiko became more and more curious. Looking for an old friend? Could it be that Master's friend became a monk in Mount Koya? "Let's go." Yi-Chen lifted his feet and walked slowly to the Kongabuji temple in the mountain. More than half an hour later, the 2 of them successfully arrived at the temple in the mountain. Rather than calling it a temple, it would be better to call it a small town in the mountains where countless temples were gathered. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with temples. Yi-Chen stood in front of the largest temple. He lifted his eyes and looked at the 2 stone tablets before him. It said, "Mount Koya Shingen Sect, Jingenbuji Temple." It was written in Chinese characters, and the strokes were strong and powerful. That's strange. Countless people from all over the world come to Mount Koya every day to admire the Dharma. Why is there no one here today? Chiba Yoshiko looked around and saw that the temple and the courtyards were quiet. "I don't see a single monk. It's simple, because someone's waiting for us." A playful smile flashed through Yi-Chen's eyes. He then took a step forward and said calmly, "Mad Southern Yi from China passed by your temple, so I came to pay you a visit." His voice contained a mysterious concept. When the word "Hua" came out of his mouth, Chiba Yoshiko, who was at the side, heard it normally. However, when the word country came out, it turned into a thunderclap that exploded in her ears. Every word that followed was like a thunderclap. Bleck. In the end, even though she covered her ears with both hands, she still felt the rumbling in her ears. She could not help but spit a mouthful of blood, and her face was filled with shock. Boom! The fallen leaves on the ground danced amidst the thunderclap. It was like a violent gust of wind sweeping past, and it was also like countless locusts lingering in the sky. When the thunderclap ended, a series of footsteps slowly came from the end of the stone steps. Subsequently, 2 monks in white kasayas and bamboo hats walked down with Buddhist staffs in their hands. The leading monk stopped slowly when he was less than 5 steps away from Yichin. He bowed and said, "Greetings, China number 1 and East Asia number 1. Mad Southerny, our temple's abbot, Wisdom King, has been waiting for you for a long time. Please." The 2 of them gestured in unison and turned around to walk away. Yichin followed them leisurely. The group of people went up the stone steps and passed through the long corridor. Finally, they stopped at the entrance of a slightly solemn hall. The 2 monks said, "Your Excellency, Mad Southerny the abbot, is inside. You can go in. However, this lady is not allowed. It doesn't conform to the temple's rules. Wait for me here." Yichin glanced at Chiba Yoshiko and pushed open the door of the hall. At the same time, the door closed slowly. The hall was about 200 square meters in size. There was a gilded pillar in each of the 4 directions. There were all sorts of birds, beasts, insects, and fish carved on the pillars. There were all sorts of tables and Buddha statues around them. In front of the hall stood a Buddha statue that was more than 10 meters tall. The Buddha statue was solemn, like a Buddha who pitied the world. On the meditation cushion under the Buddha statue, there was a white-browed old monk in white monk robes. Almost when Yichin looked at the old man, the white-browed old monk turned around and said with a smile, "Esteemed guest, you've come from afar. Please take a seat." As soon as he said that, a meditation cushion moved without any wind and charged straight at Yichin. After Yichin sat down with his legs crossed, another table floated over. There was a tea set on the table, and the aroma of tea filled the air. "This is the unique tea of Mount Koya. Why don't you try it?" Yichin did not reject him. He picked up the cup of tea and sniffed it lightly before drinking it in one gulp. He said with a smile, "It's bitter but not astringent. It's refreshing. It's good tea. This humble monk's Dharma name is Wisdom King. I'm currently the abbot of Mount Koya's empty Koya." The white-browed old monk's expression was tranquil as he said in extremely pure Mandarin, "I didn't expect the East Asian number 1 to come to Mount Koya." Yichin said, while smiling lightly when he saw him reveal his identity, "Don't monks like you live in the mountains for a long time and don't eat the food of the mortal world? Why would you pay attention to the current world situation? That's not it." Wisdom King shook his head slightly. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire world. "We cultivate the heart." What is the heart? In my opinion, the heart is the world. Since we cultivate the world, why don't we pay attention to the world? Close to the world? Since you guys pay attention to the world, I believe you know what I've been doing recently. Yichin lifted his eyes and looked at him fixedly. Logically speaking, I've killed countless people in Japan. You guys should hate me. Why did you invite me in and treat me with such affection? Chapter 6, 29. As soon as Yichin said that, Wisdom King's gaze paused for a moment before he regained his previous composure. As the saying goes, life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Everyone is destined to die the moment they strike and how they die. This is fate and also the heavenly Tao. He shook his head with a faint smile. Since it's the heavenly Tao, why should we care? Furthermore, greed, aversion, and delusion are the 3 poisons that cause people to sink into the cycle of life and death. They are the root of evil. As he spoke to this point, he shifted the topic back to Yi Qin. On the other hand, you indulged your greed, anger, and obsession. You released your sins and killed wantonly. Such actions are no different from self-exile. You're lecturing me now. Yi Qin could not help but laugh. It's not a lesson, it's advice. Wisdom King nodded slightly, his expression extremely benevolent. If you want to become a Buddha, you have to subdue this heart. Your actions are very different from it. One day, you will be plagued by evil spirits and negative karma and walk down the path of self-destruction. It can be said that we are fated to meet today. If you are willing to make the decision to eliminate the disaster, I can allow you to meditate in my temple for a month to resolve the evil aura in your body. This penniless monk can also let you read the scriptures of my temple. My Kangabuji temple dates back to the era of Emperor Saga. It has been 1,400 years since then. During this period, there have been countless Buddhist masters who have left behind countless Buddhist scriptures that contain great wisdom. He shook his head as if he was showing off, as if he was trying to entice him. For example, the founder of our temple, Grandmaster Kong Hai. He left behind a peerless scripture that will definitely help you. I wonder what price I have to pay. Yi Qin gave a short response. There was no expression on his face at all. Kangabuji wasn't just a holy land for Japanese Buddhism. It was also famous internationally. Countless devotees wanted to come in and take a look, not to mention the peerless scripture left behind by Hongfa Master Kong Hai. You don't have to pay. However, Wisdom King shook his head and said with a smile, Your Excellency, along the way, countless experts have died at your hands. If you convert to Buddhism, it means that countless people will be saved in the future. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This penniless monk's actions may seem unrequited, but it's actually a great deed of kindness. Where is the peerless scripture? Why don't you let me take a look? Yi Qin stood up and said, Sure. Kong Hai slowly got up and walked to the back of the Buddha statue. He took out a sandalwood box. The box was only the width of a palm and was covered in dust. It looked like it had been around for a long time. This is the doctrine of instant Buddhahood. It was personally written by Master Kong Hai, and there are also Master Kong Hai's notes and experiences on it. If you read it, you'll definitely benefit endlessly. He passed the sandalwood box to Yi Qin slowly. Yi Qin took it and was not in a hurry to open it. Instead, he studied it carefully. However, Wisdom King reminded him without batting an eyelid, Sir, you must not be distracted. You must know that a thought can lead to heaven and hell. Hurry up and open the sandalwood box to read the scripture. However, Yi Qin suddenly laughed out loud. Old monk, you're really vicious. What do you mean? King Ming's expression changed slightly. I lent you the peerless scripture out of goodwill. It's fine if you don't understand it, but in the end, you're saying that I have evil intentions? Please put away your fake, compassionate face. Yi Qin smirked coldly and interrupted him. First, you invited me into the temple. Then you asked me to take a seat and served me tea. Everything you did was extremely warm. You're just trying to lower my guard. When you saw that my guard was almost down, you instilled some evil thoughts about evil aura and negative karma into me. Your goal is to lure this sandalwood box out, right? The moment that was said, Wisdom King's expression changed drastically. He could not help but take a step back and said stubbornly, I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Qin said again, If I'm not mistaken, there's something mysterious in this box, right? Are you planning to use it to plot against me? As soon as he finished speaking, a black gleam and fierceness suddenly flashed across Wisdom King's eyes. Then he laughed, mad southerny. Looks like I've really underestimated you. It's not an injustice for Yaguaida and the other two to die in your hands. However, I'm more curious about how you saw through me. He glared at Yi Qin. Ever since Yi Qin entered the temple, He thought that he had disguised himself well. It could be said that there were no flaws at all. How can your sneaky tricks fool my eyes? Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Most importantly, I've never taken you seriously since the beginning. I don't believe in Buddhism or any *T negative karma. Ha ha ha. Wisdom King's face twitched slightly, then he laughed out loud. Very good, you guessed it right. His face was no longer as kind as before. There was only endless hostility. However, you still haven't guessed one thing. Oh, what is it? Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. That's the tea that you drank earlier. Wisdom King smirked sinisterly. He looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. There's a strange place in the West called the Garden of Gods. It's said that the gods of the West are buried there. There's a plant that grows on the corpses. It blooms and bears fruit one night and withers the next. Every time this plant blooms, it will be very beautiful. It will emit an incomparable fragrance. Then countless strange insects will fly over and attach themselves to it, sucking the flower dew. Apart from sucking the flower dew, one of the insects can also enter a person's body through their skin and suck their soul. At this point, Wisdom King smirked coldly. Unfortunately, the tea you drank earlier was made from that flower, and the box in your hand contains that insect. As he was speaking, he heard a crisp sound. Kacha! A hole the size of a thumb appeared in the sandalwood box in Yi Chen's hand. At the next moment, an insect as thick as a middle finger and long as a finger flew out of the hole. The insect looked a little like a butterfly, and its body was colorful. However, as soon as it appeared, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Seeing this, Wisdom King immediately laughed gloatingly. Mad Southerny. So what if you're the East Asian #1? So what if you're as smart as a ghost? You've still fallen for my trick. He seemed to have seen Yi Chen's fate after his soul was devoured. However, the expression on his face froze in the next moment. The monkey on Yi Chen's body shoved the worm into its mouth with a swoosh and started chewing it. It looked at him pitifully after it was done. How is this possible? Wisdom King screamed at the top of his lungs as if he had seen a ghost. What he did not know was that the monkey was a weeping soul beast. In terms of the ability to devour souls, everything in the world was nothing in front of the weeping soul beast. Take a look at this again. Yi Chen chuckled softly and opened his palm slowly. He was holding a pot of tea in his palm. It did not show any signs of falling. It was the tea that he had drunk earlier. Why you? Wisdom King was in disbelief. Yi Chen took a step forward. If I'm not mistaken, you've killed the demon blade Muramasa, right? You have my things too, right? Chapter 630. So what if I am? Wisdom King's expression changed again and again when he heard Yi Chen's question. Eventually he said, while grinning coldly, Demon blade Muramasa did indeed escape to me. Even Yaguaita couldn't kill you. What's the difference between you and trash? At this point, he said with a faint smile, Mad Southerny, aren't you curious why Demon Blade Muramasa escaped to me immediately? Oh, why? Yi Chen asked with interest. If it were anyone else, Yi Chen would not have bothered talking to him. He would have killed him with a punch. However, this guy before him had piqued his interest. The 4 Yin-Yang Master Clans had moved Night Demon here, and Demon Blade Muramasa had fled here after losing to him. How could that not be worth thinking about? Because the 3 of them are the only ones in the entire Japan, and even the world, who know my true identity. An extremely strange smile appeared on his face. Do you know who the 74th Emperor of Japan is? I'm not interested. Yi Chen smiled in disdain. It's the Nyoyu Emperor. Wisdom King was not angry. His expression seemed to be showing off and lonely. According to outsiders, the Nyoyu Emperor, also known as Prince Suanqing, was born in 1103 and died in 1156. Outsiders compare him to King Zhou of Shang in China. because the Emperor of Bird Feather has a concubine that he dotes on exceptionally, due to her natural beauty. She is even praised as a virtuous concubine that emits light from within. Because of this, the Emperor of Bird Feather specially bestowed the name Tamamo. Emperor Tatori loved Tamamo no May so much that he didn't care about the politics of the court. One day, Emperor Tatori suddenly fell ill. The officials began to suspect Tamamo no May and secretly performed divination on her. In the end, Tamamo no May's true form, the nine-tailed demon fox, was exposed. She fled the capital and hid in Dongwa. At this point, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Wisdom King's lips. After the Nyu Emperor recovered, he ordered to kill the nine-tailed fox Tamamo. So Suke Kimura and Suk Miura followed the order and finally killed Tamamo. Don't tell me that you're the Nyu Emperor. You've lived for almost 1,000 years. Yi Qin scoffed. I'm the Nyu Emperor? Wisdom King laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. No, I'm not that incapable ruler. I'm that incapable ruler's enemy. What the world doesn't know is that when the Nyu Emperor was on the throne, in order to compete with the White River Law Emperor for the throne, he secretly established the position of State Preceptor. The first State Preceptor was Master Dragon Ghost, the only person in Japan who cultivated both magic and martial arts. It's rumored that Master Dragon Ghost had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, summon wind and rain, and even control a myriad of ghosts. Back then, he had an extremely high status in the Japanese cultivation world. That incapable emperor also trusted Master Dragon Ghost a lot. Even Tamamo no May was brought into the palace by Master Dragon Ghost. Yi Qin had a rough guess about his identity when he heard that. So, Master Dragon Ghost used Tamamo to take revenge on the Bird Feather Emperor. Not bad. Wisdom King looked at him in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect him to react so quickly. He continued, I only wanted to destroy that incapable ruler, and Tamamo no May wanted to absorb the incapable ruler's yang energy. I didn't expect her to fall in love with the incapable ruler for a long time. She even spent her vitality to repair his body. Naturally, I didn't want to see that. So I did something to the incapable ruler's body and bribed the fortune teller at that time to frame Tamamo no May. His face was filled with a cold smile, as if he did not mind showing his ugliest side to Yi Chen at all. After Tamamo no May died, the incapable ruler finally realized that something was wrong. He began to suspect me and even ordered Abe no Saimai's descendants to investigate me. In the end, I was injured and fled, losing all my cultivation. Then why are you still alive? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Wisdom King smiled strangely and was rather proud of himself. The incapable ruler ordered people to bury Tamamo no May's body. I've already secretly taken out Tamamo no May's body, dug out her heart, and refined her bones into medicine. I didn't expect her to become a half-human, half-demon. Meanwhile, his appearance began to change constantly. Sometimes it was a human face, and sometimes it was a furry fox face. His black eyes were filled with killing intent. At that time, my mind was damaged and I was in great pain. It lasted for more than 50 years before I finally found a way to resolve it. That was to use Buddhist techniques to suppress the remnant consciousness of Tamamo no May in my body. So, I changed my name and went to the Kongabuji temple to practice Buddhism. This lasted for hundreds of years, and I couldn't go too far from the temple. Yi Chen said with a faint smile, Why are you telling me this? You finally asked this question. King Ming chuckled, and the black aura in his eyes surged. Because in my eyes, you're no different from a dead person. Why would I torture myself by keeping secrets from a dead person? Are you that confident? Yi Chen said in disdain. Ha ha ha. Wisdom King laughed out loud. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. Mad Southernie, do you really think that I've lived in pain for hundreds of years in vain? In the past few hundred years, not only have I comprehended my own path from Buddhist techniques, but I've also gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought and integrated them into my own strength. A disdainful expression appeared at the corner of his lips. People only know that there's a sword saint in Japan, Yagu-Ida, but they don't know that Yagu-Ida, Shitendaji, and the rest are nothing in my eyes. They're ants. He could not help but look at Yi Qin as he spoke to this point. Mad Southerny, no matter how powerful you so-called ancient martial artists are, you're still mortals. You can live for 200 years at most. However, I'm a half-demon. What do you have to fight me? Half-demon body? You're just a beast with a human's face. How can you say that you have a half-demon body? Yi Qin chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. So what if you're the real nine-tailed fox, let alone a half-demon who inherited the nine-tailed fox? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as cutting vegetables. Shameless boasting. Wisdom King snorted coldly. His face was covered in frost, and the aura on his body erupted, completely enveloping the entire hall. I forgot to tell you that during the time of the New Emperor, I, Venerable Master Dragon Ghost, was the first master to break through the shackles of the physical body. At that time, I could defeat the so-called Japanese god with my physical strength alone. Now have a taste of my power. His hands suddenly expanded, turning into two extremely thick arms covered in white fur. The white claws on his arms were very sharp, and they tore through the air as soon as they appeared. Rumble! Wisdom King roared furiously. He raised his claws and grabbed at Yi Qin. They were as sharp as the claws of a primordial beast. Even Titan, a world-class giant who was known as the world's #1 physical body, had to retreat in the face of such a shocking claw. Chapter 631. Then, let's see if my saber is fast enough. Yi Qin smirked in disdain as the Master Destruction saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Slash! A green saber gleam bloomed from the Master Destruction saber. The dazzling saber gleam almost caused Wisdom King to close his eyes for a moment. Right at this moment, the saber gleam tore through the air around it and slashed at Wisdom King's sharp claws. Ding! Following a loud ear-piercing sound, the green saber gleam accurately slashed at Wisdom King's sharp claws. Countless sparks bloomed as if it had slashed at some kind of steel. King Ming let out a muffled groan, and his expression changed drastically. The green saber gleam had broken through the defense of the sharp claws and cut open a long wound. Scarlet blood flowed out. He took a step back by instinct and squinted at the Master Destruction saber in Yi Qin's hand. What saber is that? One had to know that his sharp claws were difficult to cut. There was once a Japanese sword saint who slashed at it with all his might. Not only was he fine, but he even broke the sword saint's saber. That was the reason why he was so confident. However, Yi Qin injured him with just one slash. Of course, it's the saber that killed you. Yi Qin smirked coldly and slashed again with the Master Destruction saber. Humph! Wisdom King looked infuriated. He stomped his feet on the ground and sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground. Subsequently, the marble floor began to undulate violently. It was as if a monster was charging through it. The direction of the undulation was aimed at Yi Qin. At the same time, he extended a pair of sharp claws at Yi Qin again. Clearly, he wanted to restrain Yi Qin from top to bottom. Child's play. Yi Qin scoffed and shouted. Divine punch created in 33 days, second style, heaven-shaking stomp. At the next moment, he suddenly stomped his foot down, and his entire aura changed. He was like a towering mountain that didn't move at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire ground suddenly exploded, and a terrifying strength chi crazily attacked Wisdom King from the ground like an earth dragon. At the same time, a long white tail emerged from the ground. The tail seemed to have sensed danger and wanted to quickly retract. However, it was instantly struck by the terrifying strength chi and exploded into a bloody mist. The shock wave did not lose any of its momentum. In the end, It heavily bombarded Ming Wang's body. Ming Wang grunted, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the Buddha statue. On the ground, there were bloodstains. Boom! The enormous Buddha statue collapsed with a loud bang, causing the ground to shake violently. After Wisdom King slowly stood up from the ruins. He looked rather miserable. When he looked at Yi Chen again, there was deep shock in his eyes. You're only in your 20s or 30s. Why are you so powerful? Could it be that you are also an old monster who has lived for over 100 years? He had lived for hundreds of years. He had never seen a young man as monstrous as Yi Chen. Even those world-class giants in the West could not compare. After all, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach such a level in just 20 to 30 years, right? You guessed right this time. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. To be honest, I've lived for more than 3,000 years. You should kneel and worship me when you see me in just a few hundred years and call me patriarch. Perhaps I can consider sparing your life. More than 3,000 years? Wisdom King scoffed. Doesn't that mean you're someone born in the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Do you think I'm a fool? As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy expression and said, You must be the reincarnation of an old monster from the Chinese Holy Land or a cauldron. Whether I am or not, you can ask the King of Hell in Hell. Yi Chen did not say anything else. He drew his saber and slashed. However, Wisdom King suddenly stopped him. Wait. Yi Chen stopped when he heard that. Do you have any last words? If you're afraid, I can spare your life as long as you tell me where you hid the foreign fragment. So you're here for the foreign fragment. Shock flashed through Wisdom King's eyes when he heard that, but there was even more intense killing intent. As long as you defeat me, I can tell you where I hid the foreign fragment. However, do you dare to fight me somewhere else? Yi Chen could not help but laugh. Why should I? Wisdom King said matter-of-factly, This space is too small, so I can't unleash my full strength. Even if you defeat me, it'll be an unfair victory. All right, I'll give you a chance. Yi Chen laughed out loud. Come with me then. Seeing that he really agreed, a sinister gleam flashed through Wisdom King's eyes. His figure flashed, and he leaped out of the hall. Yi Chen followed immediately. Chiba Yoshiko, who was guarding outside, was like an ant on a hot pan. She kept pacing back and forth at the entrance of the hall. Occasionally, she would stop and look into the hall, her face filled with worry. Loud noises came from the hall earlier. She could not be more familiar with that scene. Clearly, Yi Chen was fighting someone. Just the sound of the battle alone made her tremble. With the death of Sword Saint Yagyu, the Yagyu family was leaderless. They had been domineering for a long time and had accumulated resentment. Now, they were still defeated by the other wealthy families in Japan. On the other hand, the Chiba family, which was Yi Chen's vassal, became another wealthy family after the Yagyu family. On the other hand, Chiba Yoshiko knew very well that Yi Chen was the one who brought all of this. As long as Yi Chen, the East Asian one, was alive, no one in Japan would dare to touch the Chiba family. If anything happened to Yi Chen, the Chiba family would become the second Yagyu family. That was why she was so worried. At that moment, two figures dashed out of the hall like ghosts. When she saw the person behind them, she could not help but say, Master! Stay here. I'll come back after killing someone, Yi Chen said without turning his head. He followed Wisdom King closely in front of him. The two of them eventually landed at the highest point of Mount Koya. As far as the eye could see, one could see the entire Mount Koya, including the lotus-like terrain and more than 100 temples of various sizes. Yi Chen stood against the wind and said, while smiling lightly with his hands behind his back, You've chosen a great place to be buried! Unexpectedly, Wisdom King suddenly laughed out loud. Mad Southernie, do you know what your biggest problem is? Oh, tell me about it. Yi Chen did not comment. You're too conceited. Wisdom King shook his head slightly as if he was mocking. You knew that I lured you here to trick you, but you still agreed. Isn't that conceited? Now I'll make you pay for your conceit. After saying that, he formed a lotus seal with both hands and suddenly shouted, The heavens shall rise. The mysterious sex secret trial, the heavens and the earth shall surge, and the purple clouds shall open. He stomped his foot. Let me borrow the 1,000 Buddha light. P.S. Chapter 2. There are still 2 chapters left. I'm writing it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 632. Let's borrow the 1,000 Buddha light. As Wisdom King suddenly shouted, rays of light burst out from the top of the hundreds of temples in Mount Koya. At the same time, waves of orderly and powerful chanting could be heard, as if thousands of people were chanting at the same time. There was also the sound of wooden fish and bell ringing. What happened? Chiba Yoshiko, who was in Kongabuji, suddenly had a change of expression. Her scalp went numb as she looked at the thousands of monks that had suddenly appeared in front of her. All the monks sat on the ground and chanted with their eyes closed. Under these voices, the rays of light on the top of the hundreds of temples became even brighter. In an instant, hundreds of purple rays of light rose into the clouds. Boom! As a loud bang was heard, hundreds of purple pillars of light descended from the clouds. The pillars of light sealed off the area within a kilometer around Yichin. From afar, it looked like a prison made of hundreds of purple pillars. Some of the Japanese who were dozens of kilometers away looked at Mount Koya. What they saw was purple clouds lingering above Mount Koya, and there was a golden Buddha living in the clouds. The Buddha looked down at the entire Mount Koya like a glaring Vajra. A miracle, a miracle! Buddha must have shown himself. At that moment, countless people knelt down at Mount Koya in the distance. Their faces were filled with excitement and devotion. They had lived in Japan for a long time, and they had never seen such a magical scene. Almost at the same time, located in the northeast of Kyoto, it was known as one of the 2 important towns of the Japanese Buddhist Tantric sect, along with Mount Koya, high mountains, Yenri-ji. An old monk looked in the direction of Mount Koya as if he was meditating and muttered, 1,000 Buddha light formation. This is the 1,000 Buddha light formation. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Master, what's the 1,000 Buddha light formation? A young novice monk beside him asked politely. The old monk sighed and said, Rumor has it that Kongabuji was founded by Master Konghai, who applied to Emperor Saga. When he first founded the temple, Master Konghai absorbed the essence of Chinese formations and used the terrain of Mount Koya's 8-leaf lotus to create a formation. Once this magic circle is activated, the spellcaster can mobilize a portion of the power of the mountains and rivers. However, it can only be activated by lighting up 1,000 Buddha's light at the same time. According to what I know, it requires over 1,000 monks to hold a nirvana heart at the same time in order to activate the 1,000 Buddhist light. In other words, once the formation is activated, these 1,000 monks will die along with it. At this point, his cloudy eyes looked straight into the sky. That's why this formation hasn't been used for thousands of years. Now that the 1,000 Maze Buddha light formation has been activated, it means that Vajrapani Temple has encountered its greatest enemy in history. Who could it be? His expression suddenly changed. Could it be the East Asia #1 Mad Southern Yi? Mount Koya. At that moment, Wisdom King's entire body was shrouded in Buddhist light, like a true Buddha in the mortal world. Ha ha ha! Mad Southern Yi. You didn't expect Mount Koya to have such a trick, did you? Formation. Yichin lifted his eyes to take a good look at the purple pillars of light around him. He charged out with a move, but he bounced back as if he had hit an invisible wall. Mad Southern Yi, it's useless. Just give up. Wisdom King's face was filled with mockery. This formation was created by Master Konghai. Master Konghai is also an origin energy cultivator. You're dreaming if you want to break his formation. Origin energy powerhouses were spell masters who cultivated spells and divinities. Once they reached origin energy, they would be able to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of heaven and earth and turn something rotten into something magical. This was also the realm that many spell masters pursued their entire lives. Mad Southerny, this is what I've prepared for you. Die. Wisdom King shouted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Bird of the South, Black Tortoise of the North, the 4 symbols of Mount Koya, listen to my command. Boom! The entire Mount Koya under Yi Chen's feet shook as if it was shaking. Even so, the pillars of light that trapped Yi Chen did not move at all. Roar! As 4 extremely sharp sounds were heard, a beam of light shot into the sky from the 4 directions of Mount Koya, east, south, west, and north. A 30-meter long green dragon leaped out from the east. A ferocious tiger leaped out from the west. A huge scarlet bird flew out from the south. A gigantic black tortoise appeared from the west. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise in Feng Shui. They were not real, but they were formed from the wind and water spiritual energy of Mount Koya. Even so, when the 4 great geomancy 4 symbols appeared, the visual shock it caused was not ordinary. Wisdom King shouted, "Kill him!" The 4 geomancy symbols charged at Yi Chen while stepping into the air. Strangely, their bodies did not feel sluggish at all when they passed through the formation that sealed Yi Chen. Boom! The 4 giant beasts created a huge commotion that almost caused the sky and earth to change color. When I was at my peak, I ate dragon liver and wind gall. The Vermilion Bird Patriarch was a divine beast under me, and the Black Tortoise Patriarch respected me. Now, you're just 4 spirit bodies. What can you do to me? Facing such a situation, not only was Yi Chen not afraid, he even said with a disdainful smile, "I'll break your so-called green light formation with the blade in my hand today." Slash. Yi Chen waved the Master Destruction saber in his hand. A saber chi that was over 30 meters long pierced through the sky. It tore the sky apart and split the ground. The sharp saber chi slashed at the 4 green dragons. Boom! The 4 green dragons collapsed on the spot with a single slash. Wisdom King was instantly dumbstruck when he saw that. How is this possible? Second slash. Third slash. Fourth slash. Yi Chen did not hesitate and slashed continuously. Under Wisdom King's terrified gaze, the remaining White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were destroyed with a single slash. At that moment, his saber chi swept across a radius of 3,000 meters, as if he was possessed by a saber demon that slaughtered all living beings. This is my reward for you. Are you satisfied? Blurg. Wisdom King spat a mouthful of blood and roared. So what if you broke the 4 symbols? You're still trapped in the formation. I can get reinforcements to suppress you. Is that so? Yi Chen smirked in disdain. Another saber chi that was over 30 meters long exploded from the Master Destruction saber in his hand. The saber chi slashed at a formation barrier around him. Boom! Following a thunderous roar, the entire ground shook as if there was an earthquake, and the array barrier began to become illusory. At the same time, among the 1,000 monks gathered outside the temple, 100 of them vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground dead. The rest's expressions changed drastically, and they closed their eyes to chant scriptures again. Meanwhile, Wisdom King vomited blood repeatedly. It could be said that he was in the most pain. He was the core of the formation. When the formation was damaged, his mind would be affected as well. Slash. Another saber slashed out. The formation barrier weakened again, and another 100 monks fell to the ground dead. Slash. Slash. Kill them all. Yi Chen slashed more than 10 times in one breath. In the end, almost all the monks on Mount Koya were dead or injured. All the Buddha statues in the temple shattered, and the formation barrier that trapped him disappeared. He looked again. Wisdom King was covered in blood at that moment. He knelt on one knee and panted heavily. The wrinkles on his face increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Chen approached him with his saber. "Is this all you've got after living for hundreds of years? If that's the case, you've lived for hundreds of years in vain. Mad Southernie, don't celebrate too early." Wisdom King gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt on the ground. He roared at a temple at the foot of the mountain. "Lord Night Demon, please show yourself and help me. P.S. There's still a third chapter. I'm writing it now." Chapter 633. So what if I am? Wisdom King's expression changed again and again when he heard Yi Chen's question. Eventually he said while grinning coldly, "Demon Blade Muramasa did indeed escape to me. Even Yaguaida couldn't kill you. What's the difference between you and trash?" At this point he said with a faint smile, "Mad Southernie, aren't you curious why Demon Blade Muramasa escaped to me immediately?" "Oh, why?" Yi Chen asked with interest. If it were anyone else, Yi Chen would not have bothered talking to him. He would have killed him with a punch. However, this guy before him had piqued his interest. The 4 Yin-Yang master clans had moved Night Demon here, and Demon Blade Muramasa had fled here after losing to him. How could that not be worth thinking about? Because the 3 of them are the only ones in the entire Japan and the entire world who know my true identity. An extremely strange smile appeared on his face. "Do you know who the 74th Emperor of Japan is?" "I'm not interested." Yi Chen smiled in disdain. "It's the Niuyu Emperor." Wisdom King was not angry. His expression seemed to be showing off and lonely. According to outsiders, the Niuyu Emperor, also known as Prince Suanqing, was born in 1103 and died in 1156. Outsiders compare him to King Zhou of Shang in China, because the Emperor of Bird Feather has a concubine that he dotes on exceptionally, due to her natural beauty. She is even praised as a virtuous concubine that emits light from within. Because of this, the Emperor of Bird Feather specially bestowed upon her the name Tamamo. The Niuyu Emperor doted on Tamamo to the point where he ignored the government. One day, the Niuyu Emperor suddenly fell ill, and the ministers began to suspect Tamamo and secretly performed divination on her. In the end, Tamamo's true body, the 9-tailed fox, was exposed, and she fled the capital to hide in Dongua. At this point, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Wisdom King's lips. After the Niuyu Emperor recovered, he ordered to kill the 9-tailed fox Tamamo. So Suke Kimura and Suke Miura followed the order and finally killed Tamamo. "Don't tell me that you're the Niuyu Emperor. You've lived for almost 1,000 years." Yi Chen scoffed. "I'm the Niuyu Emperor?" Wisdom King laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. "No, I'm not that incapable ruler. I'm that incapable ruler's enemy. What the world doesn't know is that when the Niuyu Emperor was on the throne, in order to compete with the White River Law Emperor for the throne, he secretly established the position of State Preceptor. The first State Preceptor was Master Dragon Ghost, the only person in Japan who cultivated both magic and martial arts. It's rumored that Master Dragon Ghost had the ability to move mountains and fill seas, summon wind and rain, and even control a myriad of ghosts. Back then he had an extremely high status in the Japanese cultivation world. That incapable emperor also trusted Master Dragon Ghost a lot. Even Tamamo no Mei was brought into the palace by Master Dragon Ghost. Yi Chen had a rough guess about his identity when he heard that. So, Master Dragon Ghost used Tamamo to take revenge on the Bird Feather Emperor. Not bad. Wisdom King looked at him in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect him to react so quickly. He continued, "I only wanted to destroy that incapable ruler, and Tamamo no Mei wanted to absorb the incapable ruler's yang energy. I didn't expect her to fall in love with the incapable ruler for a long time. She even spent her vitality to repair his body. Naturally, I didn't want to see that, so I did something to the incapable ruler's body and bribed the fortune teller at that time to frame Tamamo no Mei. His face was filled with a cold smile, as if he did not mind showing his ugliest side to Yi-Chin. After Tamamo no Mei died, the incapable ruler finally realized that something was wrong. He began to suspect me and even ordered Abe, no Saimai's descendants, to investigate me. In the end, I was injured and fled, losing all my cultivation base. Then why are you still alive? Yi-Chin asked in confusion. Wisdom King smiled strangely and was rather proud of himself. The incapable ruler ordered people to bury Tamamo no Mei's body. I've already secretly taken out Tamamo no Mei's body, dug out her heart, and refined her bones into medicine. I didn't expect her to become half human and half demon. Meanwhile, his appearance began to change constantly. Sometimes it was a human face, and sometimes it was a furry fox face. His black eyes were filled with killing intent. At that time, my mind was damaged, and I was in great pain. It lasted for more than 50 years before I finally found a way to resolve it. That was to use Buddhist techniques to suppress the remnant consciousness of Tamamo no Mei in my body. So, I changed my name and went to the Kongabuji temple to practice Buddhism. This lasted for hundreds of years, and I couldn't go too far from the temple. Yi-Chen said with a faint smile, "Why are you telling me this?" "You finally asked this question." King Ming chuckled, and the black aura in his eyes surged. "Because in my eyes, you are no different from a dead person. Why would I torture myself by keeping secrets from a dead person? Are you that confident?" Yi-Chin said in disdain. "Ha ha ha!" Wisdom King laughed out loud. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. Mad Southernie. Do you really think that I've lived in pain for hundreds of years in vain? In the past few hundred years, not only have I comprehended my own path from Buddhist techniques, but I've also gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought and integrated them into my own strength. A disdainful expression appeared at the corner of his lips. People only know that there's a sword saint in Japan, Yagyu Ida, but they don't know that Yagyu Ida, Shitendaji, and the rest are nothing in my eyes. They're ants. He could not help but look at Yi-Chin as he spoke to this point. Mad Southernie, no matter how powerful you so-called ancient martial artists are, you're still mortals. You can live for 200 years at most. However, I'm a half-demon. What do you have to fight me? Half-demon body? You're just a beast with a human's face. How can you say that you have a half-demon body? Yi-Chin chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. So what if you're the real nine-tailed fox, let alone a half-demon who inherited the nine-tailed fox? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as cutting vegetables. Shameless boasting. Wisdom King snorted coldly. His face was covered in frost, and the aura on his body erupted, completely enveloping the entire hall. I forgot to tell you that during the time of the Niu Emperor, I, Venerable Master Dragon Ghost, was the first master to break through the shackles of the physical body. At that time, I relied on my physical strength alone to defeat the so-called Japanese god. Now have a taste of my power. His hands suddenly expanded, turning into two extremely thick arms covered in white fur. The white claws on his arms were very sharp, and they tore through the air as soon as they appeared. Rumble! Wisdom King roared furiously. He raised his claws and grabbed at Yi-Chin. They were as sharp as the claws of a primordial beast. Even Titan, a world-class giant who was known as the world's #1 physical body, had to retreat in the face of such a shocking claw.